Hello. Happy Saturday. Good luck out there, game jammers. Hey, lost sleep games. How's it going? Lose much sleep? No, I know the answer. I know the answer to that question. The answer is yes. Because it's game jam time. Hey, Farm Kid Neo, Rhiannon, Arneo, Jam Cheer Squad, ready to deploy. I appreciate that, Arneo. Welcome back. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to day 2 of Solo Development Jam number 11. We're a third of the way through our allotted time, and about a quarter of the way through the work, which is about typical. We got a huge number of people joining this jam, 1,100. I looked, the last Solo Dev Jam had like 100 or so games submitted. Usually the submitted game count is around like a third or like a quarter of the people that sign up. So I'm thinking we're gonna get like over 200 games this time. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we get. This seems like a huge crowd. I don't know if the confluence of like this Mother's Day or whatever. Also, call your mother tomorrow. Ignore the N10 in your name. You don't know why that's there. Okay, Farm Kid it is. It's probably like a way to distinguish you from someone else who also has that name. I wasn't sure if that was like... Anyway, we're doing the jam. The theme is everything has a cost. We're making a warehouse management game. I came up with the name last night. It's going to be Death of a Whole Salesman. I also set up a ton of assets last night. That was my like thing I did after dinner. Hey, Sapphire, how are you doing? Yes, you sound like you're way ahead of me, LSG. You got the core gameplay loop done. You just added a bunch of hats. Now it's just music and polish. That's great. I would like today to be gameplay day. I would like today to be the day that we work out the gameplay of everything. I whittled down the list of commodities. So now there's 12 commodities. There's a 13th mystery box commodity, which can be bought at, arbitrary prices, and when you open it, it will turn into one of the other commodities. So a bit of a gamble there. And then there's currency, which is like the money, obviously. So I think this is reasonable. It's down from like 20 or something commodities, which was getting out of control. I had to make 3 sizes of everything, small, medium, and large. Sapphire Starship with the 110 stream streak. So tomorrow will be your 111th stream streak birthday. Stream day. 111. You're turning. It's incredible. Hey, Jacob. Jam. Jamming. Sapphire, not sure how well your entry's coming along. Some moments you think it's going well, other moments not so much. Yeah. You have to, it's very... there are these moments where everything seems fine, and then there are these moments where you feel like you're in like a samurai fight and you have like a split second to like make a major cut, or you're like not gonna make it. That's how it feels. There feels like there are these moments where you're like trying to like, you're doing the little shimmy to like get the right footing, and then you have to decisively cut somewhere in the game. Because you're like, if I don't do this, I'm gonna get absolutely destroyed. I've had a few of those moments already, and I'm sure we'll have a few more of those moments today. Yeah, Death of a Whole Salesman. It doesn't mean anything, but I think it's very funny. That's an American... Is it American? Yeah, that's an American play from 1949 by Arthur Miller. I say, like I'm confidently a fan of the theatre. As a Godot user, one must be familiar with the plays of the 20th century, you know? That's my waiting for Godot joke. But here's the layout of the warehouse. It's incredibly minimal. But I think this will do for us. It's 4 quadrants. Don't worry about the lighting and all that shit. Sort that out later. Super minimal. I'm happy. The thing I had to figure out last night was like an outlining thing. So there's like a slight outline. It doesn't work so great on this, but I think by contrast, you'll be able to tell what's going on. So there's a couple clickables. I call them, well, I guess, yeah, there's a couple clickables. So this will be like your, this might either be to sell things, but it will also be how you like end the day or the week or whatever. And the area is broken up into 4 quadrants. We'll decorate them later. That'll probably be my late night thing I do tonight, is decorate the other 4 quadrants. So you'll start with 1 quadrant. Then you'll be able to rent the other quadrants. Each quadrant has about space for 30 pallets. It's about a 5x6. So there's a total of 120 pallet spaces on the board here. I added the pillars. I had it without the pillars for a while, but I think I like this better. As someone who's been in a warehouse or two, this feels convincing to me. I don't love the little corner light up, but I'm gonna not worry about that right now. I couldn't get stencil buffer working, so this is like the super scuffed version where it's like a material overlay. So it's not good. You'll notice that we have our classic down res going on, which I always do. Unavoidable. Hey, smooth. That's what a warehouse tends to be. True. It's transformed. Posted some screenshots in Discord. We'll check that out. We will check that out. Sapphire, yesterday you almost wound up completely changing what you were doing. You didn't have any other ideas coming your way. Yeah. It can be tough. Quadrant kind of implies that there are 4 of them. Yeah, there are. There's 4 quadrants. You start with 1 and you can unlock 3 others. Or are you just messing with me? How will you adjust the camera for 2 for other this is it. There's gonna be no this is a single screen game. There's just gonna be these 4 sections of the warehouse. We will subdivide. It'll be super obvious when you play because I'm gonna like just scatter like all sorts of shit in these others. Like it'll be very obvious that you cannot access the other quadrants of the warehouse to start. You'll probably start in the upper left quadrant next to the door. And then I think you'll be able to use this little thing to purchase other sections of the warehouse and to see like how that will change your rent so you can like make your plan. We'll need a couple of UI elements, like we'll need like a day number and we'll need like a rent and like a rent amount in the day and everything. But yeah, what I did a lot last night was I set up a bunch of these. Don't worry about the pallet. We'll have a system that slots a pallet underneath these. I wanted to randomly do that so that there would be some variety. But I'm just gonna grab a bunch of random shit and just lay it out. So each floor tile has space for 4 pallets. And then the pallets come in different amounts. So there's like small, medium, or large. And they are each mouseable. One thing I got to figure out, one thing I got to do, I'll also randomly rotate before I place them. One thing I got to do is adjust the outlining for these. It looks like most of them are going to want thick outlines. So I have thin outlines, which is this, and I have like a thick outline. The way the outlines are set up is kind of scuffed. I'm going to try these with a thick outline, and if they look good, I'm just going to make all of these thick outlines, which I should have done last night, but I was tired. And what would be really nice is if I had a parent class where I could do this on all of them simultaneously, but, you know. Actually, I could, couldn't I? Could I do that? Would that just work? Let me see if that would work. No, it wouldn't work. Well, no, maybe it would. We'd say equals true. Oh yeah, does this change all of them? That would be excellent. I would love to not spend like 10 minutes changing all of these. All right, let's see this with the thick outline. Oh yeah. Better. Not perfect, but better. We didn't have this in The Grave Escape, and it was so bad. It was so bad not having this feedback. Even just this little amount of feedback. What would be really neat is if... You know what we really should do is it should be like, it starts with a thin outline, and then when you click it, it switches to the thick outline. That's like probably what should happen. Probably. You'll notice that these obscure the block behind them. That's going to be interesting. You'll have to be moving your wares around to like be able to access everything. We'll have the palettes light up too, probably. That's what I'm going to do. Something so deeply satisfying about outline meshes. They're a pain in the butt is what they are. But yeah, they're really nice. They're worth the pain. Hey, Nix, thanks for the hydrate. All right, let's see what LSG has been up to before we start really digging in. Ooh, this is looking good. This is looking good. Progress picks on your jam game. It's a charming little incremental game where you put turnips in an egg carton and sell them to buy hats from a floating arm. I love this. This is like very subversive and weird. This is about the right scope that we should have gone for. Instead of this whole warehouse simulator. I love the little character, and it's a weird, gronky little, like, scale. I don't know what gronky means, but it feels right. You just offer it. This is great. Well, you nailed it in terms of, like, we were talking about the samurai cut of, like, slicing off exactly the right amount of project. You pretty much nailed that, I think. Which is a good skill. That's a great skill to have. Oh, you got a whole upgrade menu. Love it. Love to see it. Got the hats. This is great. Oh my god, there's a hat. Excellent. Excellent work. Love that so much. Oh, this little guy's a tutorial enemy in your other game. Super smart. That's his 15 minutes of fame. You're gonna have such a hard time killing this little guy in your other game now. You're gonna be like, he just wants to go home to his garden. Oh, I've got someone to ban here. All right, loading the photon Tomportos. Blast him.
He's dead, Jim.
All right, so what I've decided is that there isn't going to be a selection for this anymore. What we're going to do... We're going to always use the thin outline for hover, and then we will use the thick outline for select. I can get rid of my silly. That's not right. Palette node 3D. There's gonna be this unfortunate pairing between palettes and pickables, which is what I'm calling the commodities parent class. I'm doing one level of inheritance. Get off my back, Mom. It's usually what I do in a game jam is I'll do like one level of inheritance so I can have a generic thing, and then I can subclass it slightly for various changes. Unique situations. This almost always bites me in some way, but I still do it because Godot makes it too easy. If event.pressed, we will say mesh instances. We got to say for. I should probably make this a function so other things can call it, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Let's be good. We'll say set outline material overlay. Well, whatever. Set outline material. And we'll have a bool. Thick. Maybe we'll flip it. Whatever. Who cares? The most common case is the thin, but I don't care. Okay, what we'll do is we'll say set outline material true. Here we'll say set outline material. You may have undershot slightly. No, that's good. Undershooting is good. Especially because you said you have a time disadvantage. Sapphire, good luck, everyone. You might check in periodically. No, yeah, no worries. Go lock in. Too much of a pro at crastinating. Yeah, yeah. You always need a generic for interactables, but that's usually where you leave it because it gets messy fast. Yeah, exactly. You like having on hover? Or unhover? I hate the word unhover, but yeah, I've done something similar. We're just doing mouse enter stuff because we're in 3D. I thought about doing like a tile map layer. I like to have my input manager be an input manager and not be like listening to all these different nodes, but we're going to do a bottom up. I like more of a top down input management thing normally, but we're going to do a bottom up one because that's just how it's going to work with where we are, where we're going. And then what we also need is a clear. I hate this material overlay thing, but it's gonna work. It works. Works for what we're doing. elif event.released. I don't know. I don't think I need the elif, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I might change this to be like an action thing rather than just checking the raw event type. Might get a little more clever, but this is supposed to be a mouse only game. So now what we should get is when you hover, you get the thin outline, and then when you press, it thickens up the outline. If event clear outline material, valid access to property or key released on. Invalid access to property or key released on a base object of type input event mouse button. Interesting. What kind of event are you? Input event mouse. Input event mouse button. Pressed is false. Oh, is there no release? There just isn't pressed? Okay, that's fine. So this can't be an else. I hate how many ways there are to get input. And by many, I mean there are 2 ways. You can either go through the, like an input event, or you can like call input every frame, which is nicer because you can do things like just pressed or just released. So we'll probably switch to something like that eventually. Maybe not, though. It's a little too easy to do it this way. LSG, you're usually working in first, third person perspective. So you just use a model-bound raycast for your interaction, so you're only ever dealing with one collision at a time, which is nice. Yeah, I'm almost always doing this kind of quote-unquote God view. Look. Oh, that was the wrong thing. It's not a clear. It's just a set, but false. Actually, we would do it like this. Event.pressed. Because we're going to call it either way. We'll just feed the whether it's pressed or not as the parameter. That's it. That's the stuff. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a little reaction. It looks super scuffed, but I think it's okay. I think people will understand. I don't think I'm going to be winning any art awards with this jam game, but that's okay. People have always told me, and now I always say, try to do one thing well in a given jam. Try to do one thing well. If you can do one thing well, like I think the thing, I don't know if this is what LSG was trying, but I think LSG, you nailed like atmosphere. And I think if you do one thing well, that's great. Okay, so I want to do the same thing here now, though. These aren't pickables. These are slightly different because they're very particular. They don't. I came up with these before I thought of this, which is unfortunate in a way, because this is gonna be a little more scuffed. I could have it extend from a pickable. Would that be better? That would probably be better than whatever I've got going on here. So let's say this extends a pickable. Get rid of all this junk. We'll get rid of pretty much everything here. We'll go open the door scene. We'll set the mesh array. Problem with the outline, any of these outline approaches, is you have to set it for each array. Hey, I'm gonna call you Predator. Predator 6-7. What's up? How's it going? LSG, you're 100% always focused on atmosphere. You're a lynch stand. That's funny. Glad it comes across. Yeah, the atmosphere is something I'm also obsessed with. I was also gonna do this for the window. You're Polish? Ah, okay. Oh, I've been watching that show, 1670. That's a Polish show. That's fun. Yeah, we're also gonna just make this extend pickable. I'm sure I will regret this later. Hey, Boolean with the 5-stream streak coming back, putting in the work. Now you just got one more. Well, you just got to tune in tomorrow. I have to figure out when I'm gonna do my stream playing and rating all the games. I don't think I'm gonna have it in me to do it on Monday, but maybe I will. But I don't think so. I know all you want is, you know, some consistency and predictability. Oh, a palette node is not going to be part of a pickable. Palette node is going to be part of a commodity or a currency. I could make a palatable thing. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I might do that. All right, window is just going to be made. I thought I did this already. Extends. Oh, sure. I actually don't know if I'm going to keep the pickable or the window. We're not doing the window. We need the plan. Yeah, there we go. And then so I open up the plan. I go here and I make my mesh instance array. Wall target. Arneo, consistent and stylized art style atmosphere is definitely one of the smarter things to get right. Yeah, LSG nailed it for sure. That's the tough one. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, Boolean. It's going good. It's going good. We're making a warehouse management game. We're calling it Death of a Whole Salesman. LSG, I'm going to be watching probably Dune. That's probably the next Lynch movie I'm going to watch. I like that stuff. I mean, it's not the, you know, it's not the Jodorowsky Dune we were promised. But it's got Patrick Stewart in it, so I don't really care. And Sting. Will this work now? No, it does not. Why doesn't it not work? All right. Are the signals not set up right? No, they are not. Just gonna get rid of this window scene and the window script and everything. We're not doing anything with this. The scripts. Right, now the door needs its signal set up as well. Put this up here. You haven't seen Lynch's Dune or any Dune for that matter? Oh, rip. Hey, Magoo. How's everyone doing? How are the jammers feeling? Happy Saturday, everyone. We're going to try not to get too tilted too early on this. There's lots of time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Okay. It changes, which is, I guess, all it really needs to do. It's kind of wonky. That's fine, it reacts. All we really need is a reaction. It doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, so you can mouse over and select these. What we need to do now is we need to be able to move them around to different sections. And we need to think about how the palette affects them. I think what you need to be able to do, I think we need to be able to mouse over a particular palette spot on a floor. And then a palette will appear there. And then you can place the palette And maybe that prompts you to like buy something. Or you could grab an existing pallet of stuff and like move it. What I should do is I should set up the relationship between the pallet and the thing on the pallet, which would have been easier to just bake in, and I might still do that. So we have a couple of options. We could either choose a pallet type for a given thing and just hard code it. It's like a large stack of copper bars will always have this one pallet. The thing is, then it would have to be consistent across all of these. And you know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. This is another one of those samurai knife cut moments. Will the door exit the game? I think the door will end the day or week or whatever. It will like advance to the next thing. I'm also tempted to make it so that if you click drag, if you like, well, there's a couple things you could do. I think clicking an empty pallet spot would let you buy something. It seems like clicking an occupied pallet spot would let you sell something. We could also have you just pick it up and drag it to the door to quick sell it, maybe. Yeah, that could be nice. Interesting how this doesn't register as a mouse press if I'm already pressed and then I go over here. Interesting. I kind of like that. That seems like a bug, but yeah, I'm treating this as a feature. So yeah, I think I was too tired to work this out last night, but I think we're gonna pick a palette for each of these and then just hard code a palette in there. Cause like we come up with a whole system where the palette can talk to, well, the reason I don't want to do that, there's a couple of reasons I don't want to do that. One is this like picking a spot to purchase something. I guess we don't have to preemptively put a palette. Like it would be kind of weird if you were mousing around and a palette like followed your cursor. You could click down maybe, or you could click on a floor and then that could bring up a purchase prompt. And then you could purchase something. That way you don't have empty palettes like going around. Because there should never really be an empty palette without something on it. Arneo, door ends the day, but then you have like a weekly schedule where the markets close on Friday. And you can raise the price of something on Friday and sell it at a high price on Monday when the market's open. That seems too complicated. I'm sure it's a good idea. So I haven't decided totally yet, but there's like two different, I'll just make a new note here and we'll call it like win-lose, win-loss. Win-loss conditions. So, I don't know when you would win. Maybe win. So you could maybe win when you like successfully pay rent for some period of time, like a month or a year or something like that. Question mark. Lose. Fail to pay rent when it comes due at the end of multiple turns. Either every week or every month. Music's a little loud. No, I think it's good, but I think it's a little too complicated. Music is too loud. For what we're trying to do. So the real choice, the real thing to choose is duration. We could either have each turn be 1 day or be a day or a week. One turn could be equal to 1 day or 1 week. Rent would be due either weekly or monthly then. That would be either, that would mean paying rent either every 7 days or 7 turns for a daily, weekly cycle, or every 4 turns for a monthly or monthly. So this is the unanswered thing for me, is like, what is better? And I think this is going to be a balancing thing. I want to have the game done tonight. Tonight probably being like 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. I want to have the game done before tonight to the point that I can put it up in a really scuffed form on itch tomorrow so that people can play it. Because I don't think that's a question I can answer right now. Like, it sounds nice to be able to... It sounds nice to be able to play 7 turns before having to pay your rent, but that also sounds like a long fucking time. Whereas making each turn represent a week gives it a little bit more. You'd then have 4 turns to buy and sell before having to scrape together rent. Be a little scrappier. It would make deciding to expand the warehouse a more serious decision because it would take money to do that. To like rent, to increase your rent. I guess it wouldn't take a turn. You're just committing to paying more rent at the end of the cycle. So you'd probably want to time your warehouse expansions to the beginning of a period. Of whether it's a week or a month or whatever. I think intuitively, people would understand the day-week cycle better. 7 days gives you more opportunities to, like, save the situation. To, like, get a good deal. Whereas a month, 4 turns, having a turn be a week and then a rent pay due every month is, like... I don't know. But then that's the question of the win cycle is like how long until you consider the game won or lost, or won specifically. Like, so if it's daily, I could see a rent thing being like pay rent successfully like 4 times or whatever. Maybe 3 months, like survive a season. But if it's monthly rent for weekly turns, then you could be like survive a year. I don't know. These are numerical things of like, so we'll say like weekly past your 90-day probation period. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea for the daily weekly one. Because then that would be 12 rent cycles in 90 turns. That's a lot of turns, but someone could probably do that in like 10 minutes or something. It's probably about what I'd want the game length to be. So a daily cycle would mean 7 turns of play for every rent payment. Well, I already wrote this down. The dynamic, there's a couple of things. I don't know, whatever. I'm going to put this up on the win thing. What about passing your 90-day probation period? That could be funny. That's not bad for if we decide the day cycle, the daily weekly cycle. I think I would prefer the daily weekly cycle. It would probably be a little easier. The problem is it might be a little too easy, but we could ramp things up, and you have to be more creative about cycling, because the idea is you're cycling your warehouse over. There's another problem that I have not sorted out yet, which I need to think about, and that's whether these resource piles are like statistical or they're like literal. So there's small, medium, and large for each type, including currency. And the only real question is whether we treat these as like chits in a board game and they're like absolute, or if we treat them as statistical of like, oh, if you're within this range, it's represented by a small. If you're within this range, it's represented by a medium. But then you have all these things like overflow and stuff like that. Where like, what if you combine two mediums that make more than one large? Like that could be cool. It's more math. It does mean that you could have rents be like fractions of piles or something, because otherwise it would be like your rent is one large pile of money at the end of the month. And that's tough because that also means that like there's a minimum price that things could be. Otherwise things would just disappear into oblivion. Like imagine a small pile of goods, whatever it is. Imagine a small pile of goods. What if the small pile of goods can only be sold for half of what it's worth? Like what if there's been a price crash? Okay. Then that means that you would be left with less than one pile of money if you sold it. And what happens to less than one pile of money? If it's statistical, if it's like a value range from like 1 to 100 or something like that, then that's okay. And in fact, I could redo some of these to be more of a curve, because I tried to balance all of these to be about double. So a medium is 2 smalls and a large is 2 mediums. I tried to visually balance these, which involved some work. Like here's the medium. There's the full copper one. Here's the medium copper one. Here's the small copper one. You know. Originally, I was going to do like a quarter. So it would be like the medium would be 4 smalls and the large would be 4 mediums. But I thought that was a little too crazy. I think 3 things is better. Even if we do this statistical model. Rent being one large pile of money is low-key fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If it wasn't for the problem of fractional buying or selling, I would be okay with it. But the problem is if we do this pile thing, then like a small pile of goods can never be worth less than one pile of money. Like, and then what if it changes the math a lot. So I have to work that out. You said a no-no word, Mr. Magoo. We should be all adults here based on the various terms of service that we signed up for. We're 49 minutes in. Yes, that is very important. Do not swear within like the first 7 minutes of your YouTube video or something like that. YouTube only demonetizes that before 7 minutes. Yeah, I've heard that. So I think I've got this 2-to-1 ratio for the piles, but I do think it needs to be like approximate, like a range. Like it needs to be like a floating range. I think it needs to be a floating range. I don't think it can be actual whole piles. I think it just needs to be a representation of a range. That's what we need to do. Hey, why doesn't this one work? Hey, why did I mess this up? How did I mess this up? Oh, I didn't make an array? No, I did. Did I not set up the signal? I didn't set up the signals. I should probably test all of these. I also have to work out value numbers for them. Oh my god, Maku, you clipped it. Let me go ahead and delete that. That's funny. Good show. But we're deleting it. Just because I'm not ashamed of the thing that I did doesn't mean I want to fucking flaunt it, you know? I'm gonna throw all of the resources in here alphabetically so that I can test them. Make sure I set them up correctly last night. Make sure they look okay. I have a food stuff's large. I'm also gonna see how the interaction where I actually think I need to move these forward. Where we'll be able to interact with them. I think that'll be funny. Having to like, maybe having to sell something because you can't actually get to the thing that you wanted to sell. That would be funny. Is there room for all 12? There isn't. Well, yeah, there is. 4. And then mystery boxes and money. That's 14, so I need room for 7 of these. Or... 2. 4, 4, 5. Okay. That I have room for. So let's just double check that I set these all up correctly, because I'm now doubting myself on that. And then what we need to do is we need to pick pallets for each of these. Because, yeah, it would be nice if it was like the pallets were randomized. But, ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, we'll have these be fractional. We'll have these be fractional. There'll be a range of something. So a small pile might be a value from 0 to 1. A medium pile might be a value from 1 to 2. And a large pile would be a value from, 2 to 4. Slightly more. You know what I mean. A small pile would actually be up to, but not including 1. The medium would be up to, but not including 2. And then the large would be up to 4. Probably what we'll do. The mystery boxes will be fun then. Mystery boxes will be fun. I'm not making any more of these. Also, the fresh food expiring is interesting. I think having one unit, the fresh food will probably be really lucrative. And it'll probably last for a week. Regardless of when you buy it, it'll just be good for a week. So we want to add a little bit of strategy to some of this stuff. The silver and the iron look pretty similar, but you know, what are you going to do? That's life. At least I arranged some of these slightly differently. Oh, did I only arrange the silver differently? That's fine. We're going to randomly rotate them, so that doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Did I miscount? Should be 14 things here. This is 12. What am I missing? Oh, no. I have it all. 14. I just need to place it. I might rename some of these. Hey, DevDan. Game Jam time. What's the theme? How's it going? Yeah, we're doing Solo Developer Jam number 11. We're 1 day into a 3-day jam. The theme is everything has a cost. We're making a little warehouse game that we're calling Death of a Whole Salesman. It's going to be a game about kind of playing the market a little bit, trying to buy commodities low and sell them high, and the price randomizes each day, and you have a rent to pay at the end of each week. And you'll start with like a little corner of a warehouse, and you can expand to other corners of the warehouse at a cost of additional rent. Any plans for release on itch later? I think I can comfortably say no, except that I will post it as to itch as part of the jam. So yes, I do have plans to release it on itch later, but I think I know what your question is, which is no, we're not going to try to stop working on our regular games to push this to any kind of real release. I don't usually go for that. I say usually. I have spent an additional 2 months making a remastered version of my jam game. I had that experience. It was good. To me, I'm most tempted to do that when I don't quite hit my vision. But I'm liking what we got going on here. I feel like we have a pretty cohesive thing going on here. All right, let's make sure these all work. We've got this kind of pseudo-retro look too. So this is clickable. So we just want to quickly check that, make sure everything is clickable, that clicking things actually gives feedback. This is the most important thing I've learned about doing any of this stuff is like you gotta provide click feedback to the player of some kind. It doesn't matter really what it is. It can be pretty scuffed, but it needs to be something. Okay, these all seem to be working. Got our hazardous waste here. Thought, can you add basic drop shadows to the pile? Probably. It depends on what you mean. But probably. Assuming that the lighting system will just do that for me for free. Like, will the pile cast shadows onto itself? Maybe. Will it cast shadows onto the terrain around it? Probably. It is a 3D engine. We should be able to just get that for free. Okay, this is a pretty minimal highlighting on some of these. But that's okay, because the palettes are going to highlight too. So we just got to pick a palette for each of these that we like. Yeah, no, you're right. There is no shadow casting on here for some reason. That's probably the camera's fault. I actually don't remember who's responsible for this stuff. It could be a compatibility thing or an environmental thing. World environment. light. Shows you how much I use any of this stuff. Oh my god. It's probably the lights job. Yeah, here we go. Shadow on. That's not great. I might not really want like a big direction light. And or I might need to change the direction light to get something that's not terrible. I wanted to sharpen it up. I want to have sharp shadows. Blur. I don't want any blur shadows. Eh. We can try to exaggerate some of this stuff. We want to do it. We want to be careful. We don't want to show off the fact that there isn't actually anything back here. Maybe like this. If you move the light source way far away, you can probably get away with one directly from the top. A direction light has no distance factor. It's treated as if it's the sun. So the answer is yes. We can do this. I just got to do it in a way that looks good to me. Really pops. Can't really see. The problem is our camera angle makes it kind of hard to see the shadows. I know the intensity is like crazy. We'll figure that. Shadow resolution is really shit. Yeah, I don't know how much of this I want to do. How are you over on, like, YouTube all of a sudden? We could do point lights. That would be very different than this direction light. The selection casts shadows, which is unfortunate. But it's kind of good in the case of this, I guess. I mean, it's definitely doing something. We'll probably set up some point lights later. Kind of don't want any specular. Maybe I want a little. Eh. Oh, ads already. Damn. Yeah, we'll figure out the lighting later. I don't really care right now. Having some is helping. We probably will do 4-point lights that turn on as you unlock different parts of the warehouse is probably what we'll do. No, it's a good question. It's something to think about. It looked really flat without any shadows. Part of the thing is I just don't do 3D, so I just don't know what all the right things to do is. But this is good enough for testing purposes. All right, so these all seem to work. What I need to do is pick a palette for each one. And that's just what we'll use. We'll probably go for a nice complementary color or something. Like I might do blue plastic for the food, or maybe the textiles. Maybe we do a gray plastic for... Well, maybe we do a gray plastic for the food, a blue plastic for the textiles, an orange plastic for the money, what I think would look nice. We'd do wood pallets for maybe some of the more industrial stuff. So let's get those hooked up and reacting. No, it's a good point. We want some good visual stuff going on here. Did I make a palette is the question. I did, right? Here they are. So we have blue, gray, orange. Gray is like pretty black. No, I guess it's kind of gray. And then we have wood. I think I'm going to do wood for most of these. Blue could be nice for this one, though. Might do wood just for things that look insanely heavy, though. Oh, here's an unfortunate thing. The way I set this up, and it's fine. Easy to fix. The only real question is, do I want to make the pallets a little bigger? I kind of like that the large stacks look like they're overfilled. And then all we really need to do is add it to our list of elements here. I'll add it to our list of meshes. All right, Nix. Have your fun. Oh, that helps with the drop shadow, having these. Something weird is happening here, though. I might make the palettes bigger. I think they're a little too small. That doesn't quite line up. But it might be good for it to not quite line up. Might help the things like shadows and outlines. Yeah. All right, yeah, sure. What I need to do is have these a little more consistent. I guess it doesn't matter. No, I do want them to be consistent. So I want to rotate this one 90 degrees. Oops, not that way. Hey, Thornity. He's cooking. We're trying to cook. We're cooking. We are. We're at least warming up the oven here. We're making a warehouse management game that we're calling Death of a Whole Salesman. We're working out the different pallets that you can buy and sell, including your money. Your money's going to represent it on pallets. So I think there's a fun warehouse packing thing. I think I talked about it a little yesterday. Thanks again for the raid. Hope you're having a nice Saturday here. Appreciate you stopping back in, saying hi. Hey, 4 Toasters. Same to you. Thanks for popping back in. Has there been any changes since yesterday? Yeah, I've been setting all these up last night. And I set up a pickable like class so we can and we're adding pallets to all of them so you can interact with these and pick them and stuff. We're gonna put these on pallets, which should help. They're gonna slightly float off their pallets, which should help with the overlays. And then after that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get them moving around. I like what the shadow is doing with this. This is a lot more reaction, which is nice. But yeah, we gotta work out the shadows. It's funny that the outline affects the shadow, but again, I'm okay with that because it's part of providing feedback to the player. This is gonna look kind of scuffed no matter what, but it's a 3-day game jam. People understand. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna flip. So we flip that palette. Let's load the next one of these. Add a palette. Another wood palette. Did I? No, I didn't. What's going on here? Oh, I'm looking at the camera the wrong way. Hold on a second. What's happening? Oh, no, that's correct. That's what I want. Okay. Getting confused here. So when this loads, it loads Z-axis forward. That makes sense. That's what it should do. So Z is forward. There we go. I need to make sure that the palettes are actually consistent. Did I increase the size of all palettes? I did. Good. Okay. Take these. Just move these up a little bit. Yeah, we want them to float just a little because that will help with the outline. We might want the palette to float just a little too. Maybe not. The palette might maybe you don't want that to float. And then we have to remember to add the palette to our list of meshes. There would be a much easier ways to do this if we were in control of all the assets we were using. I would just be using the stencil probably. If that were the case, but I couldn't get it to work. Because you can't actually replace the imported resources. All right, this is looking okay. This is that the palette's rotated the wrong way. Somehow. I guess I want to well, I don't want to rotate it here, do I? I rotated it here, so I need to also rotate it here. I just want it to be going crosswise the bar direction on top, just for nice visual balance. I'm going to rename some of these. That was large. Whole cloth, large. Yeah, maybe I'll get to that when I do that. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Try not to distract myself with minor things like that, but you know. change the name of a couple of these this morning. I probably should palletize those just now that since I'm here. But let's do the small copper one first. This is a lot more time than I needed to spend on this, but you know. Like I could have done this last night, but I guess I would have been up till 4. So you pay for it eventually, either way. Oh, these are different. I guess I want this one to be Z forward, palette across. No, palette forward. Okay. So yeah, rotate this. And then add this to our list. All right, here we are. All the copper on palettes. All the palettes provide outlines. Mouse over and click. All right, 1 down, 13 to go. What do we want the textiles to be on? I'm thinking maybe like plastic blue would be nice. That might be too much. Maybe a gray. I think I'll do plastic gray for the machine parts. Maybe wood for the machine parts. Let's load one of the plastic ones and see what we like. Gray, blue. Kind of feeling blue. So the ones we're probably going to do the wood crates for. Probably wood crates for all the bars and the stone and the wood. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's about half the commodities with wood pallets. That makes sense. We can do dark plastic. We can do gray for the barrels, maybe. Plastic gray for the barrels. Since they're colorful enough. Turkish. That leaves us with food, textiles, mystery boxes, and money. Not counting the machine parts. I think we'll do orange for money and food. And then blue for textiles and mystery boxes. Maybe wood again for the machine parts, but maybe not. Maybe gray. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we get to when we get to the machine parts. So, I said... Oh, right. I need to up the scale of all these. When I did this, what did I scale? I didn't scale this, right? No, you don't want to scale the root node. We scaled the mesh. Godot does not like when you modify the... I really love the creator. I really love KKit for anchoring all of these to the bottom. Sometimes that does not happen. And when that does not happen, it is a tough time. Arneo, Jam Cheer Squad might turn in pretty early today. You'll be there Sunday evening. Another hype meme. No, appreciate it. Thanks, Arneo. Have a great rest of your Saturday night. Hey, Drip Advisor. Great name. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I like this. Textiles are really boring without something going on. Which way's forward? This way's forward. What do we want to do? I kind of want to do like this. I don't want to give this a 90-degree turn. Oh yeah, we got to add. Definitely going to lose at least an hour to this. It's unfortunate, but I would have to have done it at some point. Hey, Rimas, thanks for the hydrate. Happy Saturday. I already had my coffee. I just got back from breakfast before going live. Went out this morning. I went to sleep around 2:30 last night. Or this morning, depending on how you think about it. Woke up around 10. Went out, had breakfast. Got back, took a shower. Sat down, went live. And here we are. Another fine day. Another fine day, game dev. The big all-nighter will probably be tomorrow night. That'll probably be the, I don't sleep for, 36 hours thing. Home stretch. But I am going to try to have a playable game up by the start of the next stream, Sunday, so that we can have people trying this game out. Because there's questions I have around duration and balance and, values of things. And I don't have time to answer those myself. Nor should one try to answer all of those questions themselves. You need external perspective on stuff like that. You're working on some old Advent of Code problems. Nice, nice. That's some long hours. Just for the last day. So usually what I do, so this is a 72-hour jam. We're one day in. So when the stream started at noon, we were one day in. So that's 24 hours. I probably worked 12 hours. And then the other 12 hours were sleep, eating dinner, eating breakfast, taking a shower, human stuff. So I've only got about a 50% utilization rate for a given day, about 12 hours. So usually the first 2 days, I work about 12 hours. And then usually the third day, I try to work as close to the full 24 hours as possible. It's you need to save that last reserve of energy for the very end. All right, I think I sorted the palettes, the textiles out. Yeah, looking good. There's something wrong with the... Oh, you know what? You know what? I totally got wrong. And which is now biting me in the butt. That sucks. Maybe it doesn't suck. I think what I need to do is I need to make a palette collision box. But that's fine. I can do it at the palette level. So I can like go in here and I can go to like this. And I can add a area 3D. I can add a collision shape. I need you to be able to select the palette even when the palette's not full. I'm realizing that's a problem. Although, you know, it's going to be tough. Knowing who we're talking about. Maybe this isn't the right way to do it. It would need to know, it would need to signal up like the parent. Actually, maybe we can do that. Let's try it. Let's see if we can set that up in a way that we don't absolutely hate. You're bouncing smooth, no worries. Take it easy. Okay, so if I do this and I connect a signal. I don't really want to do it this way. Never mind. We're just gonna make sure that all of the collision shapes are wide enough for the whole thing. We're gonna make sure that all of them. So I set the heights based on the contents of the palette, which I think is good. But we'll just widen all of the collision shapes. These are some of the hidden costs. Doing this stuff is having to set up. There's so much setup when you don't have like nice tooling, which it's rare to have nice tooling during a jam game. You kind of just got to pay it. You just got to pay the piper, you know? All right, so now when we go back, now I select the whole thing. Okay, good, great. But it's related to the height, so like you'll notice this line doesn't trigger, but it does, well, it triggers a little, but it triggers. Maybe this one's too low. Oh yeah, it's way too low. How did that happen? There we go. Now I feel like I need to check all of these. Why did all of these change? Weird. Or maybe I just didn't do a good job setting them up the first time. It was like 2 in the morning, to be fair. I think I got it now. Okay. So we're going to get these all set up. Then the next thing is going to be getting them moving around, like being able to reposition them and being able to combine them. I don't know if I want to make them splittable. I might not add support for... Well, I might add a button support for split, but I don't know if I want you to be able to... Like, any quick action, like moving things around or throwing something at the door, which I think will be shorthand for selling it. So, like, you could click this and it will bring up, like, a sale menu of, like, here's the price for this. Here's how much of it you have. How much do you want to sell? How much do you want to buy? Here's what you can hold or whatever. And that's fine. Or you could just grab a palette and like drag it to the door. Maybe you could even double click a pallet and drag it to the door to sell everything. I don't know. Well, that's a quality of life feature. We'll think about it later. Thornity, everything has a cost. With a room of stuff that costs stuff. Not to distract me, but what are the plans? Plan will be to get the mechanics sorted out by, by the time I go to sleep tonight. That leaves tomorrow to play test. Work on things like the random pricing each day. I would love to have a whole day to just do like audio polish, balancing and stuff. So I'm trying to work out the mechanics today. That's the plan. What kind of game is it aiming to be? It's going to be like, it's got a rental scheme like Lethal Company or whatever. So you'll start out with just 1/4 of the warehouse and you'll have a rent due every week. And so all of the commodities get a random price assigned to them each day. You can buy, sell, depending on, how many piles of money you have. You can convert your money into goods, convert your goods back into money. You got to make sure you have enough money at the end of each week. Every time you can click the door, it like advances the day. So I think I'm going to have that kind of simple loop. Going. That's the idea. That's the hope. You thinking you pay with blood? Everything has a cost, a life cost. Hey, the game is going to be called Death of a Whole Salesman. We'll see how much like subversive like stuff I can sneak in terms of like any text prompts or whatever. I don't think there's going to be a lot of room for funny stuff about that, but I am pretty pessimistic about this kind of system. So I think we'll do a little bit of fun. I really didn't want to start the day with busy work like this, but I feel like I, in my heart, knew that this is what was going to happen. All right, so copper and whole cloth done. Let's do the crude oil next. Let's close these. Okay, what did I say for these? Like gray, plastic gray. Okay, that's scaled up. This one also scaled up already. But I appreciate your input, Thornity. Sell organs. Have you make money to buy an organ? Look, not everyone can make the Warlord organ trading simulator, whatever that was called. That was good. I can't wait to see what people do. I think there's going to be a lot of like late stage capitalist hellscape stuff. There's a lot of that in games now. I think there should be, because that's where we are, but it's funny to me. Like, I love playing like Hard Space Shipbreaker. I've been playing Star Trucker. There's other good examples that I can't think of, but I feel like that there's a lot of good. There's some people are doing some good work in that area. Great palette. Absolutely at the floor. Oh, maybe this one's not going to float too well. That's okay. Okay with this. Whoa, why did I add that twice? I'm dumb. Make this editable. In one way, having this like really simple workflow to like update these is like good. In another way, it's so easy to just accidentally forget to do one of the steps. Hey, Farm Kid. It's awesome so far. I appreciate that idea. Yellow gas cans are diesel in real life. Maybe the yellow oil can is diesel instead of maple syrup. I'm going to make it maple syrup. That's probably a reasonable read on the situation. We've got crude oil. I don't want to also sell diesel. I feel like those prices are inextricably linked anyway, whereas like the crude oil to maple syrup price relationships are not. Because when crude oil goes up, diesel goes up too. I don't know. Maple syrup was funny to me. I was relaying a story I heard about a big maple syrup theft in Canada some years ago. And I was thinking about that. Someone stole like millions and millions and millions of dollars of maple syrup from a warehouse by siphoning it off and replacing it with water. I forgot how much, but it was like tens, if not $100 million worth of maple syrup. I think it was maybe somewhere in the tens. Very funny. All right, so these are set up. All right, so I should be able to do this pretty quickly. I just need to not lose sight of the ball here. They're fine. We can maybe do some post-processing to like make this look a little better, but I'm not that concerned. You're Canadian. You can improve maple syrup usage. Thanks. All right, we've got a Thorny to Co seal of approval on our yellow barrels being maple syrup. It feels like the right color. Next, crude oil or crude oil? I see. All right, are these horse thieves or horse thieves, Nix? I feel like I know your answer. But that's an old Five Will Goes West joke. Oh, what did I say for food? Did I say orange? I think I said orange. Crate. Orange, orange. Blue, blue. Not sure about machine parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gray, gray, gray. It might be gray for the machine parts. That might not pop very much. Might do wooden crates for the machine parts. Foodstuffs. I'm really glad I set this up last night this way. Otherwise, this would have been really a pain in the butt to change. It's still not ideal, but good enough. IRL, the maple syrup is stored in gray stainless steel drums or barrels. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, we're going to try to use orange for the money and the foodstuffs to help communicate that they're like the most important ones probably. Because the food will go bad and the money is, you know, your money. All right, quickly test that. Oh, you know what I haven't been doing is the expanding the. So what did I do? I did copper, then I did food, and now I need to reopen these. I was like, I feel like I'm skipping a step here. I need to double check that the collision shape is the right size for the palette. Why did these get so small all of a sudden? Am I accidentally changing these somehow? Or maybe I did this on purpose last night. I really don't know what last night Dave was thinking. last night Dave was not thinking. Last night dude wanted to know why the previous dude even entered in the first place. Yeah. True. No, this is our third jam in 3 months. I am definitely taking a break after this. We're definitely gonna chill on jams for a few months. Okay. The collision here is acceptable. It's a little bit of dead space between things. It's acceptable. All right, 4 down. 10 to go. Easy. Gold bar is next. Okay, we want it wood and we want it to be consistent, so we want the planks forward. Okay. LSG, you got your music done? You are killing it. You are killing it. You're making the rest of us look bad. This collision box looks right, at least. I know you don't have as much time to work on it. I'm just messing with you. I'm just preparing my excuses, you know? Thornity, don't worry. You have a bunch of games to ship for August, and you've been slacking a bit. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know what's happening. I keep raising up the thing and then needing to adjust the collision shape. All right. Okay. Last night, Dave is forgiven. I forgot that I'm, like, literally changing the shape of the thing. But, yeah, I follow your and Aramis's work a little bit. And your development, I don't know what the right word is, but the timeline, I would call it aggressive. It's really cool. I'm trying to work on games that are a little shorter too, but I'm like, let's compromise and make a game that takes 2 years instead of one that takes 6 to 8 years. That's like the level of compromise I'm doing. I don't know how to make a game in 6 months. I'd like to think I know how to make a game in 3 days, but that's a very different problem. I think if I thought of it as like a 6-month game jam, maybe I could do it. That's what we're trying with my current game. I'm trying to think of it as just a very long game jam. Just be really aggressive about working on all of it. You can collab and we can fix that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've been a terminally solo dev. I have like a day job where I'm a team player, and so I'm just like I've been just an absolute tyrant in game dev. I mean, I would just work with myself, so I'm allowed to be a tyrant. As the community likes to call me, a benevolent dictator for life. But it's tough. It's tough. Solo dev is a certain kind of beast. It's really cool that you were able to find a collaborator like Aramis that you work so well with. That's pretty neat. right, that's gold. Quick test. LSG, your workflow is very efficient now. Very ambient, so it's just kind of effing around until it sounds good. I gotta connect with you on that because I need to work on being able to do ambient soundscape stuff. I have some ideas on what tools I want to use, but I want to talk to someone with more experience about doing that. Hey, Toaster, sorry I missed your post. You're making a 3D platformer game in Godot. About your speed costing money? Ooh, okay. That's interesting. So you have to decide like how much speed you need to like achieve your goal. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right, gold bar's done. Moving on to hazardous waste, which I think I'm renaming chemical waste just because it's shorter. Or toxic waste, that's what I'm calling it. Toxic waste. Large. Toxic waste medium. Hazardous is just too long. Toxic waste small. Farm Kid, one day you want to make a coin collecting game? That could be cool. One day I'd like to collect a coin from a game as well. I'd like to collect some coins from my game one day. Iron bars, large, medium, small. Wood pallet. Right, which way? Okay, so this one stays the same. Thornity, perspective shifting is always fun. If something tragic happened and you only had 4 months to finish the game, what would it look like? What does it want that would be dropped? Oh, it's like the butterscotch shenanigans scenario where you're like diagnosed with terminal cancer. He's fine. Sam is fine. But I know that was like super transformative moment in his life where he was like, what is it that I want to do? It's like, I don't know if I have, you know, more than X amount of time to live. And that's not exactly what you're describing, but yeah, it's a good... So much of human life is about acting as if everything we do is going to continue on forever, and it's like, that's so rarely guaranteed. Oh, it's never guaranteed, but it's so rarely the case. Maybe we can answer some of those heady philosophical questions with Death of a Whole Salesman. LSG, you can link to a ton of free plugins or ambient music production. Oh, I'm not so concerned about the tool, about the assets. I'm interested in your tooling, in like the approach you use for that. I'm interested in hearing about that because I have an idea for some different tooling I want to try, but I'm very interested in hearing what other people do in terms of process. It's more what I'm interested in hearing about. But yeah, we should connect on that. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. You seem very tuned into producing ambience, so even just visual ambience. So I'm sure your audio ambience game is on point as well. I've kind of become that. I hate saying it because the word has been taken from us, but I consider it like I like to think of it as a very vibes forward kind of way of developing when where you're really concerned with like how it feels to play the game, even more so than you're concerned about like maybe what's actually occurring. That's something I'm very attuned to and interested in. To the point where people are like, Dave, you make like, most of the time you just make like a cozy experience. You don't even really make a game. And I'm like, that's true. That's true. I'm trying to address that a little bit with this game. Like, this is definitely a game. But you can tell how uncomfortable I am with the idea of doing this, which is why it's called Death of a Whole Salesman. Which is a really bleak play for anyone that has ever seen it or read it. It is not a happy time. All right, iron bar test. There it is. All good. You did a self-imposed challenge where you had to put out a song a week for 12 weeks. Ooh, that skyrocketed your improvement as a producer. I could see that. Jams has helped me with that a lot. Like, my ability to finish games now is much improved, having done, you know, half a dozen game jams in the last couple of years. And just, we're doing so many game jams now, it's kind of gross. I've gotten addicted. I've gotten addicted to finishing games. I just like doing it. It's nice that it's at a low, what I would consider a low level of risk, because it's a game jam. It's like the worst case scenario is you've lost a weekend. I think we're going to use a wooden palette for the machine parts as well, just for visual balance. Yeah. Thornity, have you got addicted to avoiding your main game? I have no comment. Hashtag side quests. It is interesting. Because like I said, I did pivot from like my main game. My main game. I have pivoted to, I want to change this. To making a smaller version of the game that only needs like 30% of the systems. Because like the main game I'm working on is like an FTL-like strategy game. And I've pivoted to kind of a more idle, kind of cozy, like desktop companion kind of game that's just about like the cargo ship management part. Very inspired by like Ropika's Idle Island and like Rusty's Retirement and stuff. I want to try my hand at doing something like that. And it's kind of set in the same world and uses a lot of the same tools and systems as my main game from like a dev standpoint. So I did find a way to like splice off part of my main game in the hopes of finishing it sooner. And just as a check to see if, you know, it's even worth doing. But yeah, there is a real danger. That's part of the reason why I'm very hesitant to provide post-jam support for my jam games. Is it's so easy to do a jam game and then accidentally spend the next like 2 months just doing post-jam support. And that can be not good. That can be very problematic. I did that once with my very first jam game, and I've actually been good about not doing it again since. I'm glad I have this busy work so I can talk to you all. I feel like I'm going to get wired in later when I actually have to start working out the mechanics of this game. This should be fine for the camera angle. This jam felt like a huge success. Yeah, you did a great job, LSG. Because you can cut content during a game jam, but there is like, every game kind of, I think, has an inherent, you could call it essential complexity. That's not really the right word because that word already has like a meaning in programming, but you could think of it that way. Like every game has an essential complexity to it. And so you can cut over the course of a game, but I feel like you are signing up for a certain amount. And being able to judge what that amount ultimately is going to be before you start is like a skill. Is like a skill that you definitely develop. Something you get a sense for. You know Moxan, the creator of Ropika's Idle Island? Yeah, what they did was very inspiring for me. I don't actually know if they were planning on making a main Ropika game before they made the Idle Island. But I like that idea. I am partly inspired by that idea. Of having this, like, idle game that's like a tease for, like, a bigger game. I'm interested in trying that. Alright, these are, I think, mostly good. Okay. Quick test. Machine part test. No, Thornity is way too cool to be in my Discord. Go watch Thornity on stream. LSG. I'm sure you do. I'm just messing with you. Okay, yeah, I think it's a little hard to tell what the machine parts are, but I think with a tooltip, it'll be like very clear. I'm not looking forward to like a whole day of doing UI to like sort this out. What if you told me the game about feeding a black hole is a smaller game of a larger game, but you didn't know it when you made it? Oh. I'll be excited to see that, if so. What if? That's the question. All right, machine parts done, maple syrup time. What did I say from these? I said gray, palette gray. Yeah, that's what I said. Doesn't really matter which direction. Should have been more aggressive with these collision shapes when I started. Did I add the mesh? I did. Okay, so what we'll do, we add this, make it editable. You're collecting dev streamers, LSG, like Pokemon. It's done wonders for your focus. Gotta catch them all. There is a lot of us. Everyone's having a fine Saturday. If you're jamming, you got this. You got lots of time. There's lots to do, but we got lots of time to do it. Give me 48 hours, Chief, and I'll solve the murder and finish the game jam. Or I'll hand in my badge. Okay, I think that's it. Quick test. Maple syrup test. Take one. Whoa, I did not move the barrels up. Wow, Dave. How did you not notice that? Ridiculous. All right, retest. Oh, you're gonna go live? That'd be cool. I don't think I've caught one of your streams, LSG. Do I even follow you? I don't. That's crazy. You'll have to wait a little bit for the shout out. But I should get the go live notification. I can shout you out when you do. Maple syrup done. I'm really glad I didn't decide to have... Last night I was like, palettes are going to be separate from the contents of the palettes so that I can randomize the palettes and the contents. And I'm like, that is so bad. Now that I think about it, in the cold light of day, it's bad from a production standpoint. It's bad from like a visual recognition standpoint. All right, Money Pile, best one. What did I say for Money Pile? I said orange plastic palette because I want to suggest that this is important. I don't think I care which way the pallet is facing. No, I don't. Oh my god, the money piles. They were such a pain to make these money piles. There's so many different things I assembled for this. Alright, we're heading into ads. Hold on to your ads, everybody. Oh, it's too far. Too far. I do want to randomly rotate these when they get placed, though, or combined or whatever. Should be fine. You haven't streamed yet? You did like twice forever ago. You were too new at game dev. Splitting focus was melting your brain. Oh yeah, that's a real conundrum. That is true. You will have a harder time doing the dev while streaming. Streamer brain is very real. But it's good, and it's like we were saying earlier, the perspective is very valuable as well. Even if your like raw productivity speed is not good, sometimes raw productivity is not what you need. Sometimes it's more important to figure out. Like the easiest way to save time is to just not do something. And you seem pretty good at doing that already. All right, hey Mootsie. Take it easy. Or he'll be back. Thanks for hopping in. Hopefully you'll be back. Like the community aspect? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Community aspect's definitely nice. Right. I think I did it. Money check. Check, check. Do I really want to use the... Maybe I want to swap out a different palette for this one. Because I think it's a little weird that the textiles and the mystery box would both be blue. I think I want to save the blue for just the money boxes. Maybe. Or the mystery boxes, whatever they're called. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know if there's that strong an association with it. I think from a visual standpoint, it's good. It's just purely visual. Hey, Cake Hug, what's up? Happy Saturday. I did test this, didn't I? Yeah. All right. Just a few more. 5 more. You've come a long way since yesterday. Yeah, I stayed up pretty late last night. Working on this. We've got almost all the commodities done. We're putting pallets under them. And then what we're going to do after that is we're going to make it so you can like pick them up and move them around and combine them. I don't know about splits. We've decided that these aren't like board game chits. These like represent statistical ranges. So like you could have a large pallet, but that large pallet's not full. Maybe it's like it's within the range of 2 to 4. And then like the medium pile is in the range of 1 to 2. And then the small pile is in the range of 0 to 1. Because otherwise, if you treat these as hard actual, like the way you would do in a board game or something, like integers, like whole integers, there's a lot of stuff that stops working in terms of combining things, purchasing things, selling at like fractional costs, buying at fractional costs. So we got to work out that too. Because I also don't want you to have to like necessarily sell a whole stock of something. Like you should be able to click a pallet and sell like half of it just so you can make rent or something, right? Because you're like, oh, I don't want to sell this. The price is low, but like I have to make rent. So we'll probably have like a slider or something like that. We have a UI theme in mind. I'm not looking forward to doing the UI. I don't like doing UI. But the fact that the camera doesn't move makes it a little easier. It's a single screen game. I want to make as much of it as doable by like quick actions as possible. Like maybe you can just grab a pallet and throw it at the door and that like quick sells it or something. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about having multiple uses for the door, but other than just to change the day, but I think it makes sense. What are we doing next? We just did money. Now we need to do mystery boxes. Did I change the names of any of these other ones? Gold, copper, crude. Oh, this was called foodstuffs. I don't really want to call it foodstuffs. I want to call it fresh food. I want to emphasize that it's fresh, which is why it goes bad. Let's change the names of all that. I also could maybe singularize the boxes part. Like mystery boxes. I guess it is more than one box. Fresh food large. Fresh food medium. Keep right clicking. Think there's a rename. There's not. Let's look at my commodity list real quick. Yeah, it's not too long. I think I can leave it mystery boxes. I also have to figure out relative price ranges of things. So like maybe like gold can be worth, I think each commodity will have a price range that it falls into. So like maybe fresh food is always worth a little more than, you know, things that don't expire, but I don't know. We'll have to see. That's the balance math that I really don't want to have to do myself. And by do myself, I mean, I can't be the only person trying the game out and like telling me whether or not I should change the value for something. So that's what I'm going to probably rely on a lot tomorrow, for people to just play the game and tell me what feels bad. I really want the game playable by the time I go to sleep tonight. That's like my big goal, which is always my goal, and I always get stuck on something. Like, we crashed out at Ludum Dare for that reason. The mechanics took way longer than I thought they would to implement. So I'm trying to be very careful with this game, prevent that from happening. So I did this. I need to move this up. I really don't love the way the camera controls work in this game, or in the 3D editor. I know it has to work a certain way. I hate it. I hate all of this. I hate doing 3D. I do it for the experience, though. People were making fun of me yesterday not knowing how to use Blender. And I'm like, Blender is good, but I don't want to have to be doing this. This is not why I like 2D. It's like nothing against Blender, per se. To be fair, I don't really know how to use Photoshop either. I'm really just a pixel art man. I just push my pixels. That's all I know how to do. Make a bit of music now and again. Did I push this up? I did not.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
I finish this one as well? Is this all good? Yeah. Okay. Nobody made fun of me. Someone did. Someone did, Nick. So you weren't there to protect me either. I put on a tough act, but I noticed those things. Someone was like, scoff. Is this like your second game, dude? I'm like, okay, that's hurtful. Technically, the rule is to be excellent to each other. I'm not technically included in that, but so it wasn't a violation of the rules, but it hurt. Like, what? You don't know how to just retexture these weird ass like models that this guy made in Blender? I'm like, no, I don't. It's okay. Oh, TripAdvisor. Good luck. Good luck on your advent of code. I've never done advent of code. I am not elite coder. I'm really glad shitty looking games like Lethal Company are out, because I would feel so uncomfortable doing this kind of old, like weird, janky 3D thing. It feels kind of almost retro to me though, which I do kind of like. All right, almost done. Almost done. Having the palette also outline is helping a lot. All right, 4 more. Almost there, Dave. Hopefully done by 3 here. You were here for the whole stream, Nix? No, I know you were here. I'm just kidding. I just toy with you. You're very nice. You love the retro game graphics? Yeah, it's a vibe I've been leaning into, and I kind of like it. It's also easy to make. Yeah, 3D jank becomes almost a selling point. Is such a gift to you specifically. Yeah, me too. Me too. Especially because I only kit bash. I only know how to kit bash. What happened to the iron? Did I skip iron bars? Oh no, silver. Silver is still there. Okay. All right, which way is forward? That way is forward. So the palette is on its side. Like that. Great. Oop, wrong place. I'm just messing around, by the way. I'm not like really upset about being told I'm a noob. I know I'm a noob. I actually am very, very careful to say, to make very clear that I'm like very much an amateur. I like being an amateur. There's a reason I've never pushed to get like an industry job. I like don't work in the games industry. I've always been very covetous of my relationship to games and game development. It's part of why I've been very careful about, you know, working with other people or what I decide to do. I'm very protective of that. Because games are just so cool. I do firmly believe it's like the coolest medium you could be working in. I might spend more of my free time like watching movies and stuff, but that doesn't detract from it. It's just how I spend my personal time. Wait, did I rotate the thing sideways? No, I don't want to, right? No, yeah, correct. All right, quick test. All good here. I think I'm at the edge of these being like totally impossible to tell what they are, but I think tooltips will help a lot. Machine parts are especially, I guess you can see that's a gear. The cloth didn't really turn out great though, but whatever. All right, stone, wood, and toxic waste is left. So what's left? Stone is going to be on wood, and it will be not rotated, I think. Kit bashing is actually a really important form, especially if one works on complex machines or spaceships and space stations. Well, LSG, you don't kit bash? Interesting. You would do it all in Blender? That's very cool. I'm impressed. Yeah, scale is really the trick with kit bashing. You're very much onto it there. That's definitely the struggle. Adequately communicating the scale is very hard. Okay, the shadows from the palettes especially are helping a lot, I think, in terms of making this look semi-real. I think we will switch to having point lights over each section of the warehouse. I think that's a really neat idea. So at first, you just your corner of the warehouse is lit, and then as you purchase other corners of the warehouse, those will also be lit. It looks really bad right now, but we'll get some atmosphere in here. It's gonna probably get in here late, but we'll get it. I might light the whole thing with just point lights, actually. Let's see. Point lights and like a little bit of an environmental ambient light, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what looks good. You stopped kit bashing. You did a lot at first. You ran into scale issues. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to be able to make your own stuff. That's why I started learning pixel art. I was like, I'm going to make my own pixel art. And I had never done art before at all, really, on any level. I still can't draw. But I have taken to pixel art. I really enjoy it. Hey, no Joel, how's it going? Happy Saturday. How are you doing? How's the VFX master doing here? GodotCon Luminary and VFX Maestro, no Joel. Still holding out. I'm still carrying a torch for the idea of a North America GodotCon this year. I'm not going to hold my breath, though. And at this point, I'm not really saving money, but I should be. I should be trying to save money for that. Status report on the game, please. You got it. 1 second. Let me finish this stone brick build out here. We're finishing up all of the individual palette assets. Each commodity has like 3 forms, a large, a medium, and a small form. And we're just putting palettes on them and finishing that part up. But yeah, we got the warehouse layout sorted out. I need to get the mechanics done today. And then tomorrow I'd like to just focus on polish and visual stuff and balance. Get the game up and playable on itch tonight, hopefully. Have people play it for me tomorrow. Alright, did I do it? Alright, back to the warehouse. Quick test. So we've got, I'm using a very scuffed outline material overlay setup. It's nice because unlike the stencil buffer, it gets you what I would consider inlines, which are lines across the inside of the thing, rather than just one set of outlines around the outside edge. This is definitely contributing to the weird retro graphics kind of look that we got going. The lighting is so harsh. I really need to fix that, but that's an atmospheric thing we will sort out at the end. But yeah, I'm feeling okay about what we got going so far. Wood palette next, and then toxic waste. Drip. You hate it when the test problem works, but the actual one doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I've never done any of that stuff. I don't think I could ever pass like a technical interview. But I've always said I'm not a real programmer. I just play one on TV. I'm a game dev. That's the only thing I really claim to be. And even then, I acknowledge that I'm amateur because no one pays me to do this. Wooden palette for the wooden planks. Yeah, I guess that's what I was decided. It's a different shade, so that's all right. And it's the right direction, so that's great. Do you feel like the advent of code thing actually like helps you? Because for me, it seemed to me like a lot of people just do it for like cred, which is I guess literally like what people came up with it for. It seems cool if you're actually like how there's mathletes. If like I feel like it's for the coding equivalent of a mathlete, right? Mathlete being math and athlete. Mathleticism. Code leet doesn't sound as good, but I guess that's maybe where we get leet code. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? It's frustrating and fun. It's something that's fun to spend time on. You're not a great programmer. You find it fun. Nice. Yeah, I think when I feel like doing things like that, if I'm not actively programming something, I'll just play like Factorio or something. All right, wood planks. Done. Okay. All right, toxic waste. Let's go. No, Joel, what's the gameplay like, or what is planned for the gameplay? It's gonna be like, you know, each turn will consist of a day. So at the end of the day, you can hit that door. You can hit this door and leave for the day. Every week, there will be a rent. So you'll start with just 1/4 of the warehouse available to you. You'll have like a little pile of money or something that you need to use to get started. And so the commodity prices will be randomized each day. So you'll try to buy low and sell high. I probably won't tell the player what the ranges are explicitly, but maybe I will. And yeah, so your goal is to buy low, sell high, and have enough money at the end of each week to pay rent. And your money takes up space in the warehouse too. And then you could rent additional quarters of the warehouse. And then I think the goal will be just to survive for like 3 months or something. Someone had the idea of calling it like a 90-day probationary period or something, like something like that. Something bleak and like winning just means you didn't get fired. I think that's in tune. We're calling this death of a whole salesman, which is a very American joke, but I think it's funny. Quarterly target. Yeah, something like that. Icarius. Trying to pronounce your name. Hey, Azzy Steel, how's it going? Otzi, maybe even. Otzi. I understand I have a very American pronunciation where I'm like, Azzy. And I'm like, that's probably not right. Palette gray, I decided for these. We're just finishing up palletizing, literally palletizing all these things. And then we'll get started on being able to move the pallets around and like combine stacks and stuff. And then we'll get a buy sell kind of thing going along. Looks like it's coming along well. It's all right. It's all right. I'm really trying to get the mechanics sorted out tonight or today, you know. It's going to be a big push. But I would love to have the game playable by the end of by the time I go to bed tonight. That's a goal. That's my goal. We'll see. We'll see whether we get there or not. I would love to just spend tomorrow just tuning the numbers and getting the visuals nice, getting the progression, or getting the visuals more nice so like maybe so that you can actually see a visual difference in the quarters of the warehouse or whatever. Because you won't start with the whole thing. You'll have to like unlock parts of it. You'll have to rent additional portions of it. There's that one. No, I didn't want to do wood palette. Do plastic gray. It's a bit low. That's fine. Is there a way to fix that slightly? No, it's not. Maybe it's worth it. It's a little high up, is what it is. Oh, maybe it's okay, actually. That would be better from an outlining standpoint. Hey, bad cop, want to trade? I pack up your apartment and you do the game jam. I'm okay. Thanks. Yeah, headed east, huh? That sounds fun. I hear you'll be getting there right as the weather there turns especially swampy. It seems, I bet it'll be a good time. We'll miss you out here. Yeah, I've never been in New York. I know I have been in New York in the summer. Yeah, it's I think I've more been on other parts of the East Coast in the summer, but yeah, it's not for me. I like high humidity, but I do not like high temperature. I'm a coastal. I'm like a Bay Area. I'm like a San Francisco Central Coast kind of boy. I cannot. I want it to be like 60 degrees out with like 60% humidity. I'm a delicate flower. California flower. That's what I am. But yeah, we're doing all right with the jam. I'm feeling okay with it so far here. I think I need to go back and check these other barrels. I think I did a bad job with them before. Why are these so... Oh yeah, I did a bad job with the barrels. I need to go back and check the other barrels. Swampy's not an environment you excel in? Yeah, me neither. And yet the East Coast is like mostly, you know, I don't mean that in a political sense. I mean like weather-wise. It's pretty swampy. Not all of it, but a lot of it. It's not the temperature that gets you, it's the humidity. That's what they say. That's what they say. I don't love a dry heat either though, Nix, but it's definitely more manageable. Like you'd never see me living in, you know, New Mexico or Arizona or whatever. Not for me. You think you made the music too chill, LSG? Yeah, I think you need some kind of dissonance or creepiness in there. You need just a slight bit of like discomfort for what I feel like you've got going. Okay, we're gonna make sure that these are okay, and then we're probably gonna fix the rest of these. Oh, maybe these are okay, actually. I'm gonna double check them anyway. I think I did a bad job on the other ones. That looks good. Thanks, Retro Engine. Yeah, we're working on the interaction with all the commodities. We're pretty much done with that. We just gotta, well, we gotta make it so you can move them around the board. It's the last thing we really need to do. So you can move them around the board, and so you can combine stacks. That's what we need to do. We'll have to work out what happens if like you try to combine two stacks, or you try to like combine a thing into another stack. I guess one of two things happens when you do that. You either end up with a larger stack, and the initial stack, well, I guess the initial stack might, the initial stack might go away, or it might not. And the new stack might size up, or it might not. Those are the two things. You'd never like combine two stacks and then end up with 3 stacks all of a sudden. So that's good. You could buy something into 2 stacks and end up with a 3rd stack. Well, there will need to be a system that kind of knows what's in different places. There will need to be some kind of internal record keeping. So if you like buy 4 stacks of copper bars, it can like try to put them in the warehouse. But I don't want to rebalance all the time. But that sounds a lot like rebalancing. We'll need something. We'll need something for that. But what I wanted to do is double check the maple syrup barrels and the crude oil barrels. Hey, welcome back, Smooth. Yeah, the palettes, I think the shadows help a lot with the palettes specifically. I think that's the only way you can really tell there are shadows, but I think it's helping a lot. I think it could help more. There's probably some settings I could tweak. The downsampling thing we're doing, I think, is kind of messing up our shadows a little bit, but I think we're looking okay. We'll take time later to really add a nice visual feel to it. It's a little too cheery and sterile in here right now for me, but that's fine. Figure it out. Stacks of cash. Yeah. Well, you can't sell the stacks of cash on accident, but yeah, that's a good point. Mootsie, people get dehydrated in humid areas easier. They never cool off and they continue to sweat. Oh yeah, that's because the heat exchange of sweating works less well in humidity, right? There's also something about like there's also something about air conditioning. It does something like it like reduces the humidity first and then it reduces the temperature. Which is why air conditioned places always feel very different. I think it does that. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Okay, that's good. These ones are good. Okay, what about the crude? That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, we're good. All right, palette's done. So now you need to be able to... Lowering saturation a bit could make it less cheery. Maybe. We'll do post-processing last. But yeah, we might do some stuff. We might do some stuff with that. What I want to do is I want to see what it would look like if we use that lighting model of just using like mostly point lights for each corner of the warehouse and only having them on when you rented that part of the warehouse. Because right now we just have a big directional light blasting down. But I'm not worried about that right now. Sabby, AC removes humidity, so the air is very dry. Yeah, not great if you have allergies or skin issues. Yeah, I have a dehumidifier because I live like right on the water, but I don't like air conditioners for that reason. I can tell as soon as the humidity drops below like 50%, I can just instantly tell and I'm just unhappy. But I live in San Francisco. Almost nobody in San Francisco has an air conditioner because you don't need it the vast majority of the year. Okay, so this is done. I guess we make it so you can move them around now, huh? So we need to be able to tell... Can you be able to tell where you are? We can tell which quadrant of the floor you're in. We need to signal that information up somewhere. Probably to the warehouse. You know, okay, so there isn't a pallet thing. Oh. I'm not gonna have commodities separate from currencies. I'm just gonna say pallets. Put all of these in here. Oh yeah, you should absolutely get that fixed AC. Or that AC fixed drip. Okay. So what already happens is the floor can tell. So I can tell what floor I'm on and I can tell which quadrant of the floor I'm on. So we can use that. I need that information to be centrally available somewhere. So I will probably signal it up to something. Yeah, I probably won't. I think I want to make a signal. We'll say like, I can send this as a vector 4. It's probably the way to do it. say tile coords. I never do the signal stuff right. There's so many ways to do setup and use signals. I always have to look it up. Yeah, because you can either object connect or signal connect. The recommended method is not object connect. So we'll connect our signal. On ready, we'd say like warehouse dot input coords dot connect. Or no, we would say our signal connect to a callable. Using a target object. So we would target the warehouse and we would name the method. I need to bind it. I need to tell it, send it some information though. Although maybe not. Maybe it just needs to tell it where to look. Oh no. That's horrible, Nix. This song, Beyond the Shyness. I'll skip it. I don't know what sound that could have been, but that's what we were already looking at. We don't need to look at this. Okay. So we have a signal. We'll probably just pass ourselves. Unless we want to signal every single frame. Do that. That work? So we would say on mouse entered, we would say mouse. Although, actually, we can't do it like that. We don't actually need a mouse entered. Unless we want to do some kind of... I don't really want to change that. We can disconnect this, I think. Don't think we need the mouse entered. I think we just need the on input event. In fact, I'm going to reconnect this on area 3D input event. Get rid of this. Disconnect. Reconnect. We'll say 0. Say 0 if sine f is less than or equal to 0. Else 1. Same deal here. We'll say 0 if int x is an int and it equals we don't even need to store this offset. We can just say mouse over dot emit this. Gonna emit a lot of signals. Actually, what we can do, we can say last chords variable next chords vector 2i equals say if next chords are not equal to last chords, now we'll emit the signal. So mouse over. Here we go. This should be okay. Should let us know where in the tile, what tile we're on and where in the tile we are. In terms of the palletization. That gluck sound. Oh. That's fair. Okay, well this should technically work. Let's do a print, I guess. Just to make sure that it's working. Oh, not big enough. Oh, you need to know... We still need to know what your global is. Say at export variable global towards vector 2i. We're going to print. We're going to emit a vector 4. Vector 4i. Next chords or global chords dot x. Global chords. Actually, yeah, why not? It's fine. Drip. It's 3 p.m. there. It's admin encoding problem. Making you... Yeah. The front should be, I guess I need to declare the vector 4 then. Okay, that's good. So I just need to tell these tiles what they are, which is fine. That's not hard. Here's 0, 0. Good. I'm glad I put these in the name. 2, 0. 3, 0. Good ads coming up. We're about the halfway point of the stream, which is not good in terms of a productivity standpoint, but it's all right. It's hard to tell exactly how long stuff is going to take, but you just do your best. We're not at a point where we're too concerned about it yet. If this was Ludum Dare and we only had 48 hours, we would be absolutely boned by this point, but we got 72. All the time in the world. And I took Monday off work, so I can absolutely destroy my health to finish this. I have to. I need a win. Crashing out of Ludum Dare each year feels bad, man. Out of the compo. All right, so now we should have the 4 coordinates. So we have the first 2 coordinates, which is the floor tile, and the second 2 floor coordinates, which is the local quadrant within the floor tile. So it's either 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, or 1, 1. Easy. It stops working as soon as we... It only works if the input's not being consumed, which is good. You know, I maybe should make the colliders a little bigger so that they actually cover this gap. So there's not a hole here, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'll do that if that becomes a problem. Right now, it's not a problem. Okay. Got all our positional stuff sorted out. I need to connect these signals up. Somewhere. I don't quite know where. Probably just the warehouse node, the like root node. So I just want to be able to grab one of these pallets and move it around. But we need to know if we can move it. So we need an internal representation of this stuff. So, I mean, we obviously can't start like this. Because the system isn't going to know that these are all here. It's going to make testing this kind of hard. That's fine. We'll probably get rid of most of this stuff now then. I love this song. What's my most favorite web game? Shareholder value 10. What a name. You know, it's probably... I want to say it's an LD55 game. I'm trying to think of the name. I'm like trying to see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it on a... It's a good question. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Man, I can't think of the name. It was so good. It's like one of my favorite games. Increasing shareholder value. Like it's a fun game jam. It is a fun game jam. Can I search in here within this? I wish I could. My only other option seems to be to just like literally go through all of these. Which is tough because there were a lot of these. It's by Ben something. I feel like his name is. I want to figure it out. I really love it. It's like so good. I can't think of it. Something about making friends. It was like kind of a rhythm game. And I was just so into it. Probably my favorite web game. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna have to find it later. Shame. Shame on me. Can I sort? Sort by popular. Top rated, maybe? I'm pretty sure it was 5 from 5.5. Was it not tagged correctly? I need to make sure I don't miss my ad break. Oh, I did miss my ad break. All right, I got to take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. We're at the halfway point of the stream. We got to get these pallets moving. These pallets aren't going to move themselves. Appreciate you all hanging out with me here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Everyone Everyone go get a stretch break, have some water. All right, we back. All right, I remembered it. I remembered its shareholder value. It's Making New Friends by Benjamin Halco. Throw you the link. This is my favorite web game. I don't play a lot of web games, but it's my favorite. Make new friends with a cup of water. A cup of water should be an old friend. That should be catching up with an old friend, Nix. Nobody should be just now getting introduced to a cup of water. All right, so there's gonna need to be some kind of starting condition. Where like you start the game with like a small pile of money or something. If you start the game with a medium pile of money, and you have to buy something and still have money at the end of the first week for rent. All right, I'm gonna need to get rid of all my little test palettes here, which is a shame because it's really nice to show people how much the variety we have going on, but I guess I can leave them and just know that only one thing is going to be interactable. I don't know. Actually, you know what I could do? Let's just start by maybe messing around with the money pile or something. I'll pick some and I'll encode it, I guess, in the warehouse. In the warehouse script here, or the warehouse thing here. I never do a good job with this stuff. You can always create a new scene to show like a tutorial. Yeah. Yeah, there's exceptions. Anyone in the stream, Nix? All right. I'm gonna play some Make New Friends by Benjamin Halco later. Maybe during my break. Unwind a little bit. All right, so we got this. What we need to do is we need to connect this to the script here. I could do this manually, I guess. Just so that it's done. Print tile chords. Take the print out here. See if this works. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay, that's good. I'm just gonna connect these manually. This isn't that hard to do. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Let's see if we can get the basics here of like moving pallets around and buying them and selling them set up in the next few hours. I'd feel okay if that's what I've got going by my dinner break. Less than that, I'll be a little nervous. But I can set up tonight. I can set up the meta gaming stuff of like paying rent, renting new parts of the, like restricting parts of the warehouse and letting you like rent them. I can sort that stuff out tonight after my dinner break. I want to make sure to take food breaks and stuff. So this way, this warehouse script will always, well, if we're over an empty tile, it will always know what tile we're over. Okay, these all seem to be hooked up. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see. I know what to do. I know what to do about this. We actually do need them on mouse exited. Maybe it's entered, on mouse entered. Set last coords. Set it to some invalid number. Otherwise, we don't get an update when you move from one tile to another like this. There we go. Okay, good. All right, that all is fine. Okay, so we got our warehouse. It knows where you are. It doesn't know where the pallets are. Pallets don't know where they are either. How do I want to address that? So there's a number of things. One is like, when you've selected one of these, I kind of want... kind of want to turn off the monitoring for the area while you have this, so that you can tell what floor coordinate you're in. So you want to be able to pick up a pallet. I think if you just let go, you just click it. Maybe if you double click it. So if you click it, if you single click it, I think it picks it up and you can move it around. I think if you double click it, maybe it brings up the buy sell menu, whatever. And you can look at the commodities and like buy sell that commodity. I think also if you click in an empty tile, it does the same thing. So like you can click an empty tile and add something to that tile. Maybe that's what I should do first. Add a way of instantiating new tiles. How wide is it from one tile to another? I guess I need to know that. I really don't want to be doing UI already, but I don't know if there's an option to do otherwise. Because I need to be able to add things in here that we can interact with. And right now, my other option would be to hard code these in as like the system knows they're here. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, let's make it so you can click and add a palette of a size. It picks us, well, buy something. It needs to know what money you have. That's fine. We don't need to worry about cost right now. I just want to be able to like spawn in stuff. So let's focus on that, I guess. So the warehouse would need a list, would need a list of these things. Either the warehouse does or like the commodities does or something. Pallets. I say the warehouse probably should know this stuff. So we'll make a list. Do I want a dictionary? Probably. Let's make a dictionary. At export variable. Pallets. Well, here, let's say commodities. Let's say packed commodities. Let's say pallets, packed pallets. Be a dictionary. Of like a string name and packed scene. Can I do that? So let's just go alphabetically. So we could say like hopper, bars, large, and we will put here copper bars large. Copper bars medium. I normally despise doing this kind of stuff in the editor. I am like so much a do everything in code kind of person, but jams have softened me on that. It's so easy to waste time with tooling and then realize you didn't actually need the tooling because you actually needed to do something else. Sometimes it's better to just do the thing. Crude oil, large. Sometimes it's a trap, though. Sometimes you end up just doing a bunch of busy work to avoid thinking about the thing that you're not sure about. That can also happen. Fresh food, large. Guilty? Yeah. Yeah, still. We've all been there. Gold bars, large. So there's 12 commodities, 1 currency, 1 set of mystery boxes, 14 total things, 3 of each size. What's that, like 44 things or something? No, not quite. 42? I don't know. What do I know? $42. Good number. Good number. Yeah, setting up 42 of these by hand isn't that bad. Once you start getting to the hundreds, then you're like, this should be tool assisted. Because God forbid any of this changes. In a game jam, stuff doesn't usually change once it's set. It usually isn't time to change. But in a regular game, you can get really bitten. You get bitten pretty bad with bad workflows. That's a habit I had to get over with jams. You have to just eat the bad workflow sometimes. The jam. Not all the time. That's like one of the big nice things about getting like a good template, like good jam template set up. I find I do different things every time I do a jam, so I never really have much of a template set up, but I should do some stuff like UI. I have a UI template that I haven't, done enough on to actually be able to use, but probably the first one that makes sense. I tried to do some isometric tile template stuff, which is kind of useful. Because I'm always making isometric tile-based games. Apparently. Spell everything correctly, please, Dave. Maple syrup, large. Guess I might as well be on an interesting screen while I'm doing this. It's Godot. It is indeed Dr. Squibby. How's it going? Oh, we're on page 2. How's it going? Oh yeah, I called this a money pile. That's funny. Accurate. Happy Saturday. Good, it's Godot. Godot. Good on ya. Good day. Yeah, we're participating in the Solo Dev Jam number 11. We're on day 2 of 3. Making a little warehouse management game that we're calling Death of a Wholesalesman. We're setting up all the commodities that you can buy and sell and move around the warehouse. We're getting that mechanic working, being able to work with the space. Thanks for the hydrate, Nix. All right, I got my money piles, got my maple syrup. Now I need my mystery boxes. Should I just call that mystery box singular? No, because it's multiple boxes, huh? There's multiple boxes. Though there's only one mystery. I'm torn between having a mystery box be one thing or have it be an assortment of different things. I think it's funnier if it's one thing. you buy a mystery box for some amount, you think it's going to be some nice thing like food or whatever, and then it ends up being just like lumber or like stone blocks. But who knows? Maybe lumber or stone blocks, like the price spikes and it actually ends up being a good deal. Like you really don't know. Hence the mystery. You gotta water your plants. Okay, or the also the streamer. Yeah, appreciate it. Whoa. I don't know what to do. Go. Is there... How many values can there be per this? I'm going to have to verify the integrity of this at the end here. The Planck's medium. Oh, no, there's 2 of these here. Okay, I see. I was like, I would expect there to be 2 things on this 3rd page. There was only 1. Now there's 2. Okay. Love it. Love to see it. All right, so the warehouse knows about all of its different packed pallets, aka packed scenes. It knows all of these. Oh, it didn't save this one. I think I need to add a new value and then delete it. Or, okay. I see how this works. I understand. Okay, so we got all of those. Check page 3 real quick. Okay, all set. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll make it so we can just click on a tile and then pick one of these things. We'll want like a slider so you can change the amount of the thing. God, we have to make a UI. I don't want to do it. I guess for our purpose, what we could do is we could have it pick something at random. For what we're trying to do right now, random is fine. Let's do that. Then I can set up the UI later. I want to enter a UI phase where I'm like setting up the UI for all this stuff. We'll just have it pick something random. So on mouse over. So this, on this, it makes sense to have, to be tracking the, we'll do it in physics process for no good reason, but the warehouse will actually do an every frame checking the input kind of deal. Project settings. Say something like left click, or maybe just click. Click or touch. We'll just say click. We'll say select. This will be left click. And then this can say if input dot is action just pressed. Wait, what is just pressed by event? What is that? Is that new? Do I have to pass in the event? Oh, okay. That's neat. I haven't used that before. That helps a lot. I don't remember this being around, but I'm sure it was. Because what we have is a problem when we do input handling just with an input event. You can't actually ask a question like just pressed. But here you can. That's neat. We'll use that. Not at the moment because we don't need to use it at the moment, but... select. And if it is, we'll just say so how do we know tile chords? Okay, so what we need is we need a variable here that we keep track of. We need to be like variable cursor tile. We'll say like palette tile. Not palette tile. Say over chords. Okay, so now we know where we are. Oh, I see a bit of a problem here. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, yep, here it is. That doesn't quite all update every time. So the palette needs to know where it is, which is fair. So Pickable needs to know where it is. Happy Saturday. Hey, thanks, Time Novel. Variable. I'll say. might just simplify this coordinate set. And so on area 3D input event, what we can do is we can say if event is input, set outline material pressed. What we can do is we can also say if input dot is action just pressed by event. This is neat. I have not seen this before. I'm sure this feature has been in the system forever. I don't remember it. We can pass in the event. That's always false. This addresses a huge problem I've had with trying to do things with input events. Next week, we're co-streaming a session together. Hey, Thornity. It's hard to say no to Thornity, Co. I do have a day job, so my times are a little limited. But yeah, I'd love to connect with you. You might just be messing with me, but yeah. You're doing some really interesting work. All right, if input.isAction just pressed by event, select event. Then what we want to do is we want to emit a signal. I want another way of referring to the root node. How about on ready? Variable warehouse. So node equals actually I kind of want the warehouse to be its own custom class, huh? So I have better that's not how custom class works, is it? Class name, that's what I do. Constantly remembering how GDScript works. Too used to C#. Alright. So I need a palette when it's created. I need it to register. I need it to commit its input. So this is on mouse over. I think I need some additional thing. So mouse over sends a coordinate. I think I also need a click. You're not messing with me? Only need to plan something? Yeah, let's do it. I'll find some way of contacting you directly. You have a Discord. I'll find your Discord. Or something. Yeah, I'd love to connect. You are in my Discord? Oh, hell yeah. All right, yeah. Yeah, let's DM. That's awesome. I'm really interested in the approach that you are taking with your dev. I would love to pivot more into that direction. Definitely interested in picking your brain on that stuff. Hey, Nanigans, what's up? Happy Saturday. How's the jam going? It's going okay. I'm behind as usual, but we're getting together. We're getting it together. We've got all our... Oop, crash. Could not resolve superclass inheritance from Pickable. I left a bug in Pickable somewhere. Node is this. Is this just... This is just shorthand for root node, I'm pretty sure. Oh, is it going to crash? No, I'm running the game. But yeah, let's collaborate. That'd be cool. Or, you know, let's talk. Let's hang out. That'd be cool. I don't have a commercial project to my name, so I'm still working my way up. We'll just pass. I want to show this for Nanigans. So we have our warehouse set up. We have a cool little outline thing going on. We have all the different pallets set up with everything on it. I'm trying to make it so you can spawn in and move and combine the pallets on the warehouse floor. That's the thing I'm working on right now. Is how are we gonna actually make this interactable? But I'm pretty happy with this initial set of stuff we got going on here. We're about halfway through the stream. A little more than halfway through the stream. Might go a little longer today. That's a lot of errors. The input map action and select doesn't exist. Oh, I can't do it. String name. Okay, that's way fewer errors. So what I need to do is I need this to update the tile for the thing. Yeah, because this doesn't know what tile you're on because it's just getting that information from the floor. Looking good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to feel the pressure, time pressure a little bit. My goal by the end of the evening, by like the time I go to bed, is to have this game mechanically done, which is going to be a big lift because that's in about... I would like to go to sleep in maybe like 10 hours. Probably need to take an hour for dinner. I gotta cook some dinner. I'm gonna try to cook enough dinner that I don't need to cook again tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the big marathon session. All right, so that's what I'm doing. So right now the floor, so it needs to, we also, so it's got this if not this. If the next chords is not equal to the last coordinates, we will emit this signal. That's fine. We probably want to be careful that we don't do this if we're mousing over. I'm going to add a safety thing there. I don't want to change this because Here, I know what we can do. So we can say on area 3D mouse center. We can have a mouse over signal too. And then we can also have a clicked on, or we can say, we can have mouse over. We can also have mouse pressed and mouse released. We might say just. Or we might say just pressed or just released. Good luck. No worries. You're not sticking around. Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Nanigans. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you. So we need a signal. We want to send mouse over information to. Do we? Or do we? Yeah, we do. Well, maybe we don't need to. We might, but let's see if we don't. Let's say mouse pressed. Let's say mouse. Let's say just pressed. Or maybe picked and unpicked. No, that's confusing. Let's be very explicit about what we're doing. We want to pass through our palette coordinates. say tile chords. We'll use the vector 4 system. Say on area 3D input event. So we'll say if input.isAction just pressed by event. Then we'll say just pressed dot emit, and we will pass our palette coords. Now we just need to on ready connect this. Func ready. We will say warehouse. Oh, no, we'll say just pressed dot connect. This part of this I'm really bad at. We need a new callable. Callable. Object is warehouse. Method is on just pressed. Well, what we should say is on maybe this should be in the palette. Is everything applicable? Is a door? Does door exist? Door is applicable. The plan is applicable. Maybe I think we want a palette. Well, we have commodity and currency, and I think those are different kinds of palettes. Oh, the inheritance. The inheritance is starting to get bad, everyone. The nested inheritance is starting to get nasty. This is what happens. This is what happens during a jam. Palette. Palatable would be funny, but we'll say palette. So a palette extends a pickable. We will move all of this bullshit here. Move this stuff. Well, this part is tricky. I guess we'll overwrite this is what we'll do. I hope this still works. This should still work. We can't do this part here, or we don't want to. Say on palette just pressed. And now I want to bind, so do I say dot bind? And I'll say palette awards. I think that's it. I think that's how you do that. I never get this right. If input.isAction just well, we can't just do this here. I want to say func on area 3D input event. I want to say super dot on area 3D input event. We'll say camera event position normal shape ID. Do I want to call the parent? Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Keeps it simpler. And then we can also ask this if just pressed, just emit dot palette coords. So this isn't right. On palette just pressed, not declared in the current scope. What? Just pressed dot connect. Signal dot connect. Connects the signal to the specific callable. I thought the callable was Again, I don't understand. I thought I would connect from the palette to the warehouse, and I would call the function. I would mention the function that we were calling. Button and buttons, whatever. Unpressed. Yeah, I don't want to do it this way. I want to do it the other way, which I think is the object connection thing. I always get this part wrong. Signals allow all connected callables, and by extension their respective objects, to listen and react to events. Oh, is the problem that warehouse does not... No, it says identifier on palette just pressed, not declared in the current scope. That seems wrong. So we have a button. We make a new button. I don't want to connect that. So this is a signal. Player, make a new player. Player.hit. So we connect the player thing to this. So if this is not on the button, so button down is our signal. We connect to. Oh, I need to make that a string. I think that's the problem. I think that's why Godot is complaining to me. I think I am doing it right. If I do this as a string. There we go. Okay. Psyched myself out there. But I do need an on palette just pressed function. So if the palette just pressed, we'll say over coords vector 4i, over coords equals tile coords, and then we might need to do other things in response to this, but let's at least do that. And then if input is action just pressed and so on. That's interesting that it works there, but not elsewhere. So here's this. Oh, this doesn't know where it is. Duh. And it's not connected to anything. Double duh. Alright, so now we're just gonna set it up so that the warehouse just like spawns a random thing if you do this. So if input.isAction just pressed. We should really have a just released where we do that instead, but let's do it like this for now. Who cares right now? So we're gonna say variable, we'll say palette keys, it's an array, string names equals packed palettes dot keys. I should probably do that just once. Oh, it's not an export variable. Actually, I want this to be an on ready, huh? We aren't going to do that. That would be crazy. So what we're going to do instead is we will just pick a random key. We'll just say get tree. Oh, we need to know about this though. So I want to put them in here. Add a child. Oh, I need to create it. So we'll say variable. Say new palette equals new palette node 3D. No, I guess it doesn't need to be a node 3D. New palette equals get tree instantiate or instantiate. Oh no, I want to say packed palettes palette keys dot pick random. So just pick a random palette key, grab a palette from that, and then instantiate it. We'll need to put the palette in the right place. So how wide is the floor? Hey, Z Buffer, great name. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate you. We're having a good Friday or Saturday. All right, so what I want to know is where this is. Is that just one over? Yes, it indeed. Oh. Well. Okay. We're heading back into ads. Hold on. We're going to say palettes. I'm going to say new palette dot position. Oh, we need to say instantiate. We need to say as node 3D. That's what it is. Now we can say position dot position. I know I should say global position, but it shouldn't. There's no local position for where I'm putting it in the tree, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Hey, Drenzo, how's it going? We'll say dot position equals. So we need to know. We need to say it's a vector 2 I. Well, it's a vector 2. We want to say do I move everything over so the origin is in the upper left quadrant and then I don't have to think about any of this? I think the answer is yes. That's a little tricky though, because none of these... I guess we just grab everything, huh? We're going to try this. This might backfire pretty spectacularly. We're going to try it, though. What else do I have? Oh, I locked the floors and stuff. I got to undo that. I'm going to go back here. We're going to save. Warehouse script is busted right now, so let's not think about that. Make sure we got a good save. Which is this game jam? It is the solo dev jam number 11. It ends my time Monday at noon. We're on day 2. We're a good chunk of the way into day 2. How are you doing? That's unlocked. This is also needs to be unlocked. Okay, everything's unlocked now. We're gonna try to move everything. High risk. High risk maneuver here. Why is it slightly off center? Is it the camera? No, the camera's centered. What is pulling us? Oh, it's the average. I see what it is. That's fine. You know what? We're not gonna worry about moving. We're gonna start with the floors, the pillars, the walls, and the doors. Oh, I gotta unlock the walls. All right, we're trying something desperate here to make everything we do significantly easier for the rest of the game. Instead of putting the origin in the center, we're gonna put it in the upper left on the first palette spot. This is still slightly off, but we are gonna do our best here. We have it snapped to grid, that helps. Doing something like this always makes me incredibly nervous. Let's grab the pallets, why not? Oh god. Well, let's try to do this right. Let's just grab everything. Hope that we get everything. We get everything? I think so. Not the pillars. Pillars are locked still. Okay. Grab it all. Alright, that's 0. Top left, 0. That hopefully just worked. Looks like it's fine. Okay, that seemed to have worked. Okay, that helps. That helps us a lot. Because now we can just get the tile coordinate and then know where the pallet's supposed to be. If I just grab one of these, yeah, that should work. Then we don't even need to know where the floor is, which is good. Really? I mean, like, not in a... What is this very fine line? Oh, it's the grid. Duh, I'm an idiot. I'm like, what is this? It's pissing me off, Robert. Reaching the point where I've got some getting a little bit of chaotic energy here. All right, we're looking okay though. So what we're gonna do is you're just gonna be able to click. You're just gonna be able to click on a tile and it will like randomly spawn something. I probably want to do it on release though and not press. I could see there being some horrible problems if we do it on press. All right, we're gonna lock these all back up. Not move these again. Access this as a unique name, why not? Floors knows about all of its children for some reason, and I don't know why I did that. I don't think we're actually going to use that, but let's not be hasty in deleting it now. So a floor has a mouse over signal. On area 3D input. Blah, blah, blah. So if next... So you are not... A floor is not pickable in a sense, in the traditional sense. So you don't have that whole thing. Oh, so the thing I was trying to fix right now was to make it so that we could... So we want another signal. Signal just released. File chords. Vector 4i. So just released. Not connect. Callable. Mouse. Palette. Just released. Bind. Palette chords. So you are going to find out your palette chords. Someone is going to tell these to you. We need it to happen before ready. Ready is called when it enters the tree. So we just need to set it before we enter the tree. And we know what coordinates we're at because we know what coordinates we're over. So we can say, here, we can actually say that this is going to be a palette. I don't know if I actually made that class name yet. Here we go. Inheritance. The inheritance hurts me. We're just going to say palette. I'm not going to say new palette. I'm going to say palette dot. I don't know why I'm calling it palette chords. I guess it's because I'm using tile chords here for some reason. Whatever, palette chords is fine. That's the sort of thing that makes me annoyed, but this is a jam game, so who cares? Palette chords equals over chords. I guess I could call it over chords. That is kind of how it is. So this is also going to say, it's going to say elif input.is just released by event, select event, and we'll just say just released.emit over chords. Starting to get hungry a little bit. Sorry for the slurping sounds. I'm trying to stay hydrated here. It's a struggle. Didgeridoo stuff is wild. All right. So all I really want to do right now I don't actually... Whatever's going on here is not quite right. Oh, no, it is. It is quite right. Talking about... So we made on palette just pressed. We need also on palette just released. We don't need to tell it any more than that. Because we're separately monitoring input. We need to know if we go invalid at one point. somehow. Not quite sure how we're going to do that. I guess I'll just have a collider on the walls. It's like a backstop. I'll just put a big collider that tells us that we're very clearly not in a valid position. I could see that being annoying otherwise. So we'll say palette, we'll say dot over coords equals this, and then we'll say palette. So the position is going to be your over coords dot x. Well, I might actually make this a little easier to myself. Valid, we'll say x position is a float, and it equals over coords dot x. I'm making an int. Over coords dot x times, what's the distance between the floor? So the distance between a point on the floor and the next point on the floor. So if this is 1, then that's 2. So it's the x position times 2. It might be more than 2, actually. It might be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's times 4. So it's your x position. It's your initial x position times 4 plus z times 2. X position plus 4 times 4 plus z position times 2. Over coords dot z times 2. Y position. Oh, not z. Y. Oh no, z. Z is correct. Why is that a problem? Coords dot x. Oh, plus. Dot position is a vector 2. X position, Y position. Oh, it's 3. It's a vector 3, right? Vector 3, X position, Y position. 0. I guess we say Z position. And then we say palettes dot add child palette. Do I want anything else? No. Meh. And actually we want this to be released. This is gonna fail in some bad cases, but that's fine. If input.is action just pressed. Oh, duh. Select. This is supposed to be released. If action just pressed select, then we do something else. For the moment, we don't do anything. This is interesting. I don't think this is going to quite work, right? Let's hide this for a second. I want to try something else first. Just pass. I want to confirm that I'm getting good coordinates here before I start just instantiating shit all over the place. So what we want to do... So on these situations, just press emit over coordinates, over coordinates. I kind of want on area 3D input event. I kind of want to. Does pickable just do this? No, it doesn't. And I kind of want to the palette. I could see myself getting in trouble in terms of an order of operations thing. I don't quite remember how the tree updates. If the warehouse updates first, I will have a problem. If the warehouse updates last, I'll be okay. The warehouse is the root node. Godot is processing the scene tree. Does the root node get processed first or last? Root node is processed first. Top-down tree order. Parent nodes processed before their children. That's not true for ready, though. Ready does that in the opposite order, I think. Yeah, ready is bottom up, but process is top down. That's a problem. So that's an issue. So I actually need to make sure that the warehouse is getting the correct coordinates. So I actually can't... Oh, I can send the event. I can send the event. I can say just prevent. I can say event over coords. So we actually drive it from the palette. And then the warehouse, when it's processing this, it can ask if the action was just pressed by event. It can make this, it can ask this. Actually, I guess we know. I don't need to send the event. What am I talking about? We might need to do the same thing on the floor then. We might also need a just pressed and a just released.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
Okay, so you can't drive this stuff. So I can't have this here. I can't have this in physics process. Well, maybe I can. Is physics process called after process? Let's not mess around with it. Let's drive it from here. In fact, I don't quite know why I want to know. Oh, because it might not be a palette there, right? I might want an on floor just pressed and on floor just released, instead of this on mouse over thing, which I know I did by hand, which I don't want to do again. But that's okay. Now that we know how to do it on ready, we could probably just do it on ready. rest. We want tile coordinates. Chords. Tile chords. I actually don't know if we need to keep track of this over chords stuff then. We'll see. We'll see about that.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
I should be better at doing these kind of tile-based interactions. I have a lot of experience with this, but every single one is always a little different. And eventually, enough of those little differences. Yeah, I don't think I want to be setting these over chords things. I think we just know what the chords are for the duration of the action, and then we just don't care anymore. Which is unfortunate because it involves disconnecting signals from all of these and then reconnecting them. Don't love that. Also, this could be a unique... No, we can't access that as a unique name. Oh, I could go through here and just connect it for them. Could do that. I have a iteration here. Oh, we might as well do it. Bad cop, you got a good idea. You only have good ideas, so I'm not surprised. Why? I'm not surprised. So last chords starts with Muck and ends with Arnold's. Nice. Yeah, that does sound like a good idea. Or a good bad idea, whatever. Why do we have an area 3D mouse entered? And not just an area 3D input event. Oh, so we reset the last chords. Right, that makes sense. What does the mouse over do for us? That would all it would do is update the coordinates, but we don't really want to know because we don't actually do anything when you're just mousing over an empty floor tile. We probably should do something, but we're not going to. Imagine putting the types in the code. Crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, let's just disconnect these. I know I did a bunch of these. We'll reconnect them procedurally. Probably what I should have done in the first place. Can I actually just get rid of this signal instead of having to do this? Does that like disconnect all of these? No. Is that just worse now? Because now I have the signal icon. What if I reload the project? You've never once connected in the UI and you not regretted it. Yeah, I'm trying to do some stuff just manually instead of writing a little thing that does it for me sometimes. But this was not one of the best times to do that. So you know your global coordinates. That's good. You could have like a ghost palette that we show. If you mouse over. An empty floor tile. The UI signal connections are so janky. I have to read it every single time because I'm always mixing up the object signal connection process with the signal connection process. I never get it right. I always have to look it up every single time I try to do it. I'll be trying to do the object one and I accidentally do the signal one or vice versa. Drives me crazy. All right, tile coordinates. All right, nothing's happening there. So So we don't really need to just tell it. We only really need to tell it if there's an input thing. So let's do it like this. So we'll say if input.is action just pressed by event, select event. I was today years old when I realized that there was this just pressed by event thing. I've always been fighting back and forth between events and just using the global input. I'm deeply embarrassed. Let's actually declare this earlier so we can use it in either branch. I don't really care about the cost. So if it's just pressed, so we'll have some signals here. We'll have signal just pressed. We will have a tile chords vector 4i. We'll have a signal just released tile chords vector 4i. What's the object one? You didn't know about this method either? I feel like this is new, but I don't know because I don't actually read the patch notes. But yeah, they talk about it in the docs. Signal. And I always confuse so there's the object.connect or signal.connect. And the object.connect is not recommended, but it's sometimes the only one that you can do. And I always get both of them confused. I don't know. I don't know, man. I hate it. I hate this stuff. It's powerful, but I hate it so much. It's the old Godot 3-way. Yeah, please just get rid of it. It's Godot 4. You could have just removed it. I try to use the signal one, but I'll accidentally use the object one, and there's like different requirements for it, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I had such a hard time. So we want this same ready functionality in the floor script. We don't want to bind over coordinates. I think we want to just say just pressed dot emit, and I want to pass in tile coordinates. That should just be fine. But we don't know about the warehouse. That's fine. Got on ready variable warehouse. The warehouse and it equals that. Using it now. Elif input dot is action just released by event. Select event. Why did I forget this binding? I don't think the binding is what we want. Hey, the Drooper. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Happy Saturday. Hello there. I don't know what's going on right here. I don't think I need this last chords, next chords crap. Might say quad X. Happy Saturday. What's the game called? Death of a Whole Salesman. We're making it for Solo Developer Jam number 11 this weekend. We're making like a warehouse management game. Death of a Whole Salesman. So we'll just make the tile coordinates. We'll just set this every time because who cares? I don't care about this on area 3D mouse thing. Who is this for? The floor? We can just disconnect this. Get rid of that. Okay, so this should be good. We should be able to get signals correctly from the floors and from the pallets. Don't need to know this anymore. Sounds fun. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's how's how are you doing? Working on anything interesting? Or, you know, doesn't have to be interesting. Okay, let's just do some signaling or let's just do some printing so we can see if these actually work. I actually don't think we want to know this. Let me get rid of this. We're also not going to do this in physics process anymore, but I'm just going to leave it there so that we have the code here. Does anyone do any mouse over signaling now? I think I got rid of that. I did. So get rid of that. Now we only have this. So what we're going to do is we're going to print. We'll say I feel like I want something so the player can see where their what their options are for like clicking on the ground. But I can add something like that back in easily if I decide to do something like that. Yeah, you're aiming for a kind of TLOU aesthetic 2D pixel art, just learning game dev. You managed to create basic movement for a character, jump, wall slide, etc. Godot, by the way, been fun to break your head apart so far. Godot's, yeah, good. It's a little different if you're used to some of the other engines, but once you get the hang of it, it is so good. But yeah, I'm interested. I'm not familiar with the acronym TLOU. We do, during our day, our regular game dev day, we are normally doing pixel art, isometric 2D stuff. So I am very interested. We have a Discord. If you want to share any of your work, or if you have questions about Godot at any point, or just hang out. We're a small community, but we're getting bigger. Yeah, we're working on a few different FTL-like pixel art games. The Last of Us. Okay, The Last of Us. Sure, I'm familiar with The Last of Us. But you've got an aesthetic 2D pixel art. Have you heard of is it called Gone Home? Gone Home? What's the video game? Not Gone Home. What's the game that Hilltop is making? Hilltop Games. They're making a zombie game. What's it called? I probably have it wishlisted. I can probably go find it. Long Gone, is that what it's called? Oh, you do know? Yeah, that's cool. That's your inspiration? Yeah. Long Gone is cool. It's got that good look. Hillfort, not Hilltop. I'm like, why am I unable to get this? Hillfort Games. My bad. Yeah, I love this 2.5D aesthetic. Hillfort is like a long time like environmental artist in like AAA. So they're awesome. Funded by Outer Sloth. That's so great. Really at the AAA. Oh, that happened already. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, that's very inspiring. I'm way more podunk than that. We don't do like fake 3D stuff. Well, we do fake 3D stuff, but we do it all in 2D. So I want to print floor selected at floor pressed. How about let's say floor pressed at tile chords. Floor released at tile chords. Print palette pressed at tile chords. The Drooper. People used to tell him that the main character looked a lot like Joel. I could see that. But he's changed it a bit. That's fair too. I never played those games. I watched Tim Rogers' video about them. It's about the amount of experience I've had with The Last of Us. I've seen some of The Walking Dead and read some of The Walking Dead. It's an interesting setting, you know, that sort of world. All right, let's test. Testing. Crash. Immediate crash. Trying to assign value of type floor.gd. What the absolute F? Is this not what the... Oh, I see. I see why you can't do this, actually. We can define it as root, right? We can define it as like root something. If we do it. Shit. This should take its, I can't do like this. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Can we call that something else? I never know how to quite do this with whatever, who cares? This is gross. I never want to do this, but this is a game jam, so who cares? I hate that. I hate that. Dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot. At a certain point, you should go down from the root. Okay, so nothing works, which is neat. Super neat. Look at the game's pretty nice. Yeah, it's kit bashed, and it's down-resed a little bit, but it's gonna be a little just stupid little warehouse game. We have to be done by Monday. So I'm working on getting it so you can move these pallets around and like combine them, and like then you're gonna be able to sell them and buy other things, and working on all that stuff today. We'll pretty it up tomorrow. Get some atmosphere in there. So what do I think is failing? Do I think the signal connection is failing? What is this? Is this a floor? This is a floor. Where do I think this is failing? I actually don't know. This on-area 3D event is not happening. Or something. Oh, if input.isAction just pressed by event select. So this is not turning out to be true. Ever. Which is a problem. On-area 3D input event. Well, you're hooked up. Guess we'll just print this, huh? So this is never true. Interesting. Not even for one frame is this true. That's not what I would have expected. Turns true when the user has started pressing the action event in the current frame or physics tick. First event that triggered action press in the current frame tick was event. And the first event that triggered action press in the current tick was event. Will only return true on the frame or tick that the user pressed down the button. So you could click it down and release it so rapidly it just reports once. That's not great. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, there's not a lot of time for this for the jam. I could get bogged down by this, or I could just do something simpler, and I could say, like, is action rest. I was hoping to use this. This seemed nice. Doesn't seem to ever be true, which is annoying. What if we just get rid of the buy event part? I actually don't need that additional screen. Will this work in that case? It was neat to be able to refer to the event, but it clearly doesn't work the way I would expect it to. Yeah? Oh, whoa. What? Might have done something here. Input dot is... Oh, shit. No, I do need to do it like this. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We can make this work. Why are you saying palette? Did I do that? What's the warehouse doing? Floor. On floor just pressed. On floor just released. On pallet just pressed. On pallet just released. Pallet. On area 3D input event. That should never trigger. Just press .connect callable warehouse. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Oh wait, no, this is the pallet. What about the floor? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. I don't know if this fixes it, but this certainly was very wrong. Okay, floor pressed. Nothing. Floor pressed. Okay. Yeah, I think I do want some kind of little palette ghost following the cursor around. We're trying to be like really explicit with the player about what they're doing and what they can do. I'm not going to do it right now, but I will add that shortly. I really want to get palettes moving around and stuff. Okay, why does the palette one not work though? Oh, because I have this just at pressed by event. So what did I change that to? Is action just pressed? Select. Okay, this is fine. Unfortunate that we can't verify with the event that that's what's happened, but it's fine. It's fine. It's good enough. Pretty minor thing I would like to dig into and try to understand why that doesn't work the way I thought it would, but this is not the time. All right, so now we can... Okay, we still get nothing from a palette standpoint for some reason. Palette just pressed. If input.isAction just pressed select. Just pressed .emit. Records. Palette. Oh, you don't know what your overchords are. It's okay. Should that be an export variable? It probably shouldn't be, but it could be. Actually, we want it to be an export variable because we want you to be able to set it for your starting gear, or your starting whatever you've got. So let's do that. And that lets me play around with our little demo scene without having to worry about anything else. Whoa. Oh, you're a commodity. A commodity needs to extend palette, not pickable. Currency also needs to extend palette. All right, let's set this up real quick. So you are at 0, 0, 1, 0. Why is this in this order? Why is this called this? Okay. So 1, that is at, you are at 1 0 0 0. You are at 1 0 1 0. You are at 0 1 1 0. You are at 1 1 0 0. You are at 1 1 1 0. You are at 0 2 1 0. 1 2 0 0. You're at 3 0 1 0. Whoa, 3 0 is wrong. You're at 0 3 1 0. Jeez. You're at 1 3 0 0. Two zero one. At least now these palettes know where they are, so we can interact with them. Hopefully for this part, for testing all this stuff out. 3 0 0 0. 3 0 1 0. 3 1 0. No, 2 1 1 1 0. 2 1 1 0. 3 1 0 0. 3 1 1 0. 0 1 2. That's 2, not 3. Oh, 2. I'm so bad at this. 2 2 2 2 1 0. Okay, 3 2 0 0. 3 2 1 0. Okay, 2 3 1 0. 3 3 0 0. 3 3 1 0. 4 0 1. 5 0 0 0. 5 0 1 0. 5 1 1 0. Whoa, not 5 1 1 0. 4 1 1 0 0. 5 1 0 0. 5 1 0. 4 2 1 0. 5 2 0 0. 5 2 1 0. 4 3 1 0. 5 3 0 0. 5 3 1 0. 2 2410 3400 3410 4410 5400 5410. Okay, all the pallets know where they are now. Great. Worth it. See what I get back now when I still don't get anything back, which is unfortunate. The floors seem to be working. I felt like that responded twice. Okay, that's okay. The pallets aren't working. So commodities and currencies both extend pallets. So we know you're overcord. I feel like the warehouse thing, no, this should be fine. Just pressed. If input.isAction just pressed select. Super.onArea3D. What does the super on area 3D thing do? Okay. I don't love that released seems to be called twice a lot. I'm hoping that's a signaling thing. No, that's definitely happening. That's unfortunate. Is that happening here too? Oh, well, we're not getting a floor released for some reason. That's interesting as well. elif. So if input.isAction just pressed select. elif. Or if input.isAction just pressed select. I think the just is, I think we need to add our own little like catch. Like some little bools to keep track of this state. Because it seems like we can't trust the input thing to respond. The elif is maybe causing us some problems. 3D input event. If input is action, just press select. Elif input.isAction just released. Just released.emit. Just released.connect. Warehouse on floor just released. Just press just released. So I have 4 signals hooked up and only one of them is working. They're all set up the same way. It's one of those game dev problems where you're just like, why? You're like, why is this the way that it is? You're like, why can we tell that the floor has been pressed, but we can't tell that it's been released? Interesting. I'm gonna try something here. I have a variable release. Well, we'll say pressed. Pressed. We'll make it a bool. We'll say if action is pressed and not. Here we'll say. We'll say was pressed. If input.isAction pressed and not was pressed, we'll do this. Otherwise, we'll say if was pressed and input.isAction released. We're going to track this ourselves. If was pressed and input.isAction released, select. What do you mean? All right, whatever. We're going to listen to the event. Let's see. Is pressed. Is released. See if this works for us. Where are we doing this? On the floor? Whoa, buddy. Okay. That's not doing what I want it to do. If event.isPressed and not was pressed. This starts out as false, almost certainly. I don't know quite what is pressed means in this case. That doesn't make a lot of sense. This is the kind of thing I get stuck on. Understanding the weird idiosyncrasies of the way Godot responds in these cases. Just these layers of different systems. Trying to get them to work and cooperate correctly. Alright, if event.isPressed and not was pressed, then just press.emit tile chords was pressed is true. So this shouldn't event was pressed. Yeah, was pressed is false. Oh. Event is pressed and was... What the absolute fuck is happening here? Oh, am I... I'm making it false right here. Hold on a second. Print event.isPressed. And I'm going to also print event.isReleased. And we're going to see if these are different values. Oh, neither of these is a bool. I expected these to be bools. Is this a function? I thought it was a property. Oh, it is a function. Oh, okay. Well, that maybe explains some of my problems here. False, true. True, false. False, true. Are they ever the same? Why are they sent twice? Would be a good question. I don't like that double. There's a weird ghosting that's happening where we're getting a double input, so we have to protect against that too, I guess. Okay, so this should work now, I think. So if event.isPressed and not was pressed, we can say elif was pressed. If it was pressed and it's now released, do I want to reset this either way? So if the event is pressed and it's not, and it wasn't pressed before, we press it now. We mark it as pressed now. And so next time this fails, we check this, see if it was pressed and it's now released. We resolve this, and now we undo this. Okay, this should work. This should work. Famous last words. Nope. Totally just, we're just chilling here. Oh, because I didn't switch it to a... I hate this. I hate that GDScript considers this good. What I'm saying is if event.isPressed like this, I think it's saying, does event have a method by the name of isPressed? Oh, good. It does. Burned by the duck typing. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, so we're getting pressed, but we're not getting the released now. Duck typing, you didn't know they could? There's it's you wouldn't believe. Okay, we're not getting any release. No released. No floor released at. That's unfortunate. Why? Oh, let's just not do the elif. Let's just whatever. No? No? The array.size one gets you all the time. Yeah, isn't that funny? You're like, were you asking if the array has a size? It's like, no, I wasn't, but I guess that's a good question. All right, well we're not doing good in terms of my. I'm gonna have a lot to do after the stream tonight to get all of this working. We're behind as always, but that's okay. My goal is still to have the mechanics of this game in place tonight. It's gonna be rough, but I really would need that to be the case. The all-nighters might start early. All right. So why do we not get? Why does this never happen? Why is this combination of things never occurring? This is where the fact that I'm not like a real programmer bites me. I have a hard time imagining what's going on. Okay, so we never get this. Do we even get this at the local level? Is this a signal problem or a... Okay, well, let's add the conditional back in. That was super critical. Okay, so that's happening. What if I do it as an elif? Okay, so this is occurring locally. The signal is not working. Oh, that we don't want that. Well, there is a problem with the way I'm doing this, where if I switch to another tile, it treats it as a release. This is why just pressed and just released are helpful. You know, it makes sense. Maybe it's warehouse that we want to know if the warehouse was just here. We need to track this at a higher level. We're going to have a variable. It's going to be called is mid press. It's going to be a bool. We are going to set this here so we can refer to it somewhere else. So instead of tracking this locally, what we're going to do is we're going to say and not warehouse dot is mid press. We'll say warehouse dot. Oh, you know what we should do? We don't need to manage that value ourselves, I don't think. We can just do that as part of the signal. So we can say on floor on just pressed, we can say is mid press equals true. This way we can retain our selection as we go across areas. This is another reason why I like having top-down input, where we have like an input map thing, like where we have like a tile map or something, and we know where the input is on like a global level, and we're not like trying to like figure out the area 3D input events of like all these different like objects. I hate doing it this way. But in 2D, I can usually do my thing with like a tile map layer as like a backstop or something, but here it's just too easy to do it this way. But I'm obviously, you know, losing time. So what we need to do is this needs to say is mid press equals false. Oh, I named the function wrong. Uh-huh. Well, that answers why the release wasn't working, but the pressed is. Okay, well, that doesn't do it. Why is this happening like this? So if we just move the mouse, we lose our fucking minds. For some reason. Okay. Event.isPressed and not warehouse.isPress. Mid press. elif event.isReleased. And warehouse dot is mid press. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me why this is happening. Okay, so this is stable when I'm just like click, click on click, click on click. It's never going up by more than one, it doesn't look like. Like I should always be at an odd number when I release the mouse. So that's fine, but the problem is if I click and then I move the mouse at all, it reads that as a release. Why? Why is there so much to do? I know, Jacob. I am pretty behind. It's looking nice, but the interaction, I'm falling into this horrible signal chain problem. So why does event.isReleased read as true? Just from moving the mouse. Here, I need to figure this out. Print. Pressed. Event.is pressed. Released. Event.is released. All right. Input events are the worst. Okay, so pressed is false, released is true. Great. I click down, pressed is true, released is false. I move the mouse slightly, pressed becomes false again. How? That doesn't seem like correct behavior. Well, forget the input then. Or the event. Can I use something else? Is released. It returns true if this input event is pressed. Not relevant for events of type input event mouse motion. Ah, I need to check the type of the input. Duh. I need to say if event is input event mouse button. Or I could say if input event is not input event mouse button, we'll just return and just pretend none of this happened. All right. That explains so many things. Okay, so now we should be able to press on one tile, move to another tile, and then release. Which is key for, you know, doing things like moving pallets. Forget about combining pallets. I'll be happy if I can just fucking move these things by the end of the stream. This is looking like there's going to be a long night ahead of me. Stupid input, other kinds of input events. That makes so much sense. I even read that line and I was like, huh, not valid for mouse motion. What's a kind of input event that you receive when you move the mouse? So dumb. All right, moment of truth. So pressed, floor pressed at 1410. Floor released at 2400. Floor pressed at 2400. We'll move it over. Floor released at 1410. Beautiful. Okay. Now we just got to set up the pallets to work similarly. kind of warming up to the janky ass outline thing we've done. At least this reads both the press and release and doesn't seem to give me any ghosts, which is good. Iron Harbor Games with the clap. Thank you. I appreciate the double clap. That was a crazy struggle. The combination of having to deal with input events and signals is like our worst nightmare. All right, let's get the palette set up the same way. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Great name. Not familiar with your work, but it's a great name. You have had enough headaches with Unity's input system? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it could always be worse. We could be in Unity right now. All right, how do I make this exactly the same here? We'll just grab this. So we want this, if event is not an input event mouse position, just forget it. Actually, I guess the floor, we don't want to forget it. I'm going to change this a little bit. Because we're going to need to... I'm going to move this down. I'm going to move this down. I did just a return at the top, but that's not actually what we want. Grab this, put this here. I don't need the tile coordinates, or do I need... I might need the tile coordinates. Because we could do, if we want to do that preview palette for empty floors, we'll need to trigger a different signal from here, which is fine. And then I want to take this, and I want to put this in the palette, because this is what we're interested in doing. Do we not know our tile? Oh, we do know our tile coordinates. We call them over coords. I should probably just call them tile coords. I think I could, actually. I don't like potentially aliasing anything, so I don't think that's how that works here. Jacob, you're really excited. You might be able to actually play this game on the web or mobile if you finish it. Nice, nice. It has the right control scheme. Yeah, we're doing single click. I don't know if this game will be viewable on a phone very well or clearly, but we're trying our best. What was the problem? Oh, we don't actually use the event. Okay, there we go. And then the warehouse. You don't know about overcoords. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need a quick bathroom break here. Good luck to all you jammers. I don't know why I'm saying good luck. Hang in there, everybody. We'll be right back. Thank you for spending part of today hanging out with me. BRB. we're back. Thanks for waiting. I drank a lot of coffee this morning. I feel like that's going to be a theme this weekend. Do I need to make a distinction between a palette being pressed and whatever? No, not really, I don't think. I'll just need to understand the who started it. All right. I think what I'm going to start with is moving things around. Crash. Warehouse dot is mid press. There is no access to key or property. Oh, that's a node. I need to know that's a warehouse. I mean, it says warehouse right there. Instantly crashed. Trying to assign a value to commodity.gd. Do you just not understand? Why are you having a hard time? Trying to assign a value of type commodity.dgd. Oh, it's grabbing the wrong thing. It's like grabbing itself. I might need like a global input manager or something to make this be less horrible, but I don't really want to do that. Can I just not do like this? Oh, this doesn't work. No, this doesn't make any sense because doesn't an onReady variable get resolved like when we've added it to the scene tree? I'm gonna try to put the root in here. This probably won't work, but I'm gonna try it. I might need to do root/warehouse. Type window. Okay. Root /warehouse maybe. Okay, that seemed to have worked. Now we're kind of broken though. We can palette press, but we can't. Palette release isn't working. That's okay. Event.isInput event mouse button. Okay, so this works for the floor. Why does it not work for the palette? Oh, the palette. Something is happening with the palette. Something is going wrong with the palette. Oh, we're not actually... I set these. Copper bar log, that's the wrong spot for one thing. Okay, so I did set this, but for some reason the release is not working. Why? What's different about the palette? On floor just released, on palette just released, on palette just on floor just released, on palette just pressed, on palette just released. I bet do I have it hooked up wrong? Probably have it hooked up wrong. Let's see. Oh yeah, there it is. Missing a prefixed underscore. You love to see it. That is exactly the kind of error that I make. So the thing is, if the pallet was pressed and then it's released over here, I think we need to know whether we're talking about a pallet or a floor. Why do you all say 0, 0, 0? I set you all. I set you. I assigned you values. Do you not remember these values? Why? Oh, because I renamed them. No. Oh, this is why I hate export variables. Oh, that hurts so bad. Oh, that hurts. It's fine. I'll just reset the vector forest for 42 objects. Getting too old for this shit. 2 days from retirement. At least I can just look at the block and know what coordinate it's in. At least I've gotten good enough at that. Yeah, renaming export variables is like the worst ever. Getting too old for this ship? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Getting too old for this ship. It's pretty funny for us. Kind of thing where you walk away from your desk. Yeah, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough. We don't really need to do it this way, but we have this nice little demo thing set up. And I need to figure out how to move and combine pallets, so I might as well do that now. And then I'll work on the purchase and the buying and selling stuff probably tonight. So if I can at least get pallets moving and combining. I'm not worried about splitting, because splitting doesn't make any sense for me, really. I think when you buy and sell, you'll have a little slider and you can say like how much you want to sell. But the slider might be more than, the slider might be all of it that you have in the warehouse rather than just that stack. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, let's get them moving and let's get them combining. And that'll be enough for me. Although I don't think it'll work. I don't think it would be meaningful. I'll need to add additional. I'll need to add some additional pallets here because it's not going to work otherwise. Whatever. We'll figure it out. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. 2, 1, 1. 3, 1, 0. 3, 1, 1. 2, 2, 1. 3, 2, 0. 3, 2, 1. 3, 3, 1. 4, 3, 0. 4, 3, 1. 4, 0, 1. 5, 0, 0. 0, 1. 4, 1. 0. Oops. 5 1 0. 5 1 1. 5 4 2 1. 5 2 0. 5 2 1. 4 3 1. 5 3 0. 5 3 1. 2 4 1. 3 4 0. 3 4 1. 4 4 1. 5 4 0. 5 4. Okay. Okay. All the coordinates are set. Okay. Okay. We have consistent pressed and released signaling for floors, for pallets. The system will need to know whether you pressed a floor and then released on a pallet, because that's not meaningful, but what we really want to know is if you pressed a pallet and then released at a floor or another pallet. I guess we don't care whether you released at a floor or another pallet. I guess it triggers a different activity. If you like press a pallet and release on another pallet, if it's the same commodity, it will try to transfer and consolidate. If it's unable to, it will just hang tight. Because again, for reasons we discussed earlier, these can't be like board game chits. These need to be like value ranges, or the system doesn't really work. Like the small pile will be between 0 and 1, excluding 0. And then this will be between, just over 1 and 2. And then this will be between 2 and 4. So actually, I guess what should happen is we can test it like this, because I'll take the small, which is, we'll just make it a value of 1. We'll make these just 1, 2, 4, just so that I don't have to think about it. And then so when you take the 1 and you add it to the medium, which is at 2, it'll become 3. And when it's at 3, it'll switch to the large pallet version. So I want to be able to do that. And then I also want to be able to just grab a pallet and move it to a new square and see it moving around as I do it. The only real question is, do we need to do something like turn off the... You know, I see a potential for a problem here. It's okay. So if a move fails, it needs to just abort. It needs to be like atomic. So hopefully I can just manage that, something like that. Yeah. I need to be able to detect a failure like that. That's going to be annoying. Okay, so movement first. Movement, and let's just do dumb movement. Let's not worry about like collision detection and stuff. So what needs to happen is I click this, it highlights, it starts to move around with me. I think I need to turn off its area 3D during this. And it might make you ask, but Dave, how can you tell that you've released it? Well, it's because it's on a floor. So I'm hoping that will be enough. I could see some cases where that doesn't work the way I expect it to. Okay. Could we just round my input? And to know where we're going. So there's a couple ways I could do this. I could either basically stop listening on the pallets area so that the input goes through the pallet to the floor underneath. Problem is that's not exactly what I want to do. What we could do is we could start accumulating movement. So like we could track the delta of what the mouse is doing and apply that to, like we could look at the way the mouse is moved, or we could compare the mouse's current position to where it was when it started, and we could look at that and round it and then end up at like a whole number here. That's probably the best thing to do rather than try to mess around with changing input layer stuff like area 3Ds being monitorable or not monitorable. God, that's hard to say. I think I'm tempted to do that. That sounds scary. Also, whose job is it to monitor that? Probably the warehouse. Although maybe not. We could have like an on-pickable just moved. Like we could track the movement. You know what we need to do? We need to like hold on to this tile coordinate thing. We're gonna keep track of the active tile. It's gonna be a vector 4i. Let's say active tile equals tile boards. So we'll track the tile. Do we need to do that? Yeah, we do need to do that when release maybe. Maybe we don't actually. Let's just do it for pressed. And what we could do is we could say something like func on pickable moved. Oh my god. Raid alert. How's it going, Roman Penguin? Thanks for the raid. How was the stream? How's your weekend going? So what we want to do is we want to track the movement. Do I want to track the whole movement? Probably. We can just pass in a new tile coords. We can do like a dead reckoning thing, maybe. Actually, no, we can't. That won't work. We'll have to do the accumulation here. We'll say something like tile coord delta. And it needs to be, it can just be a vector 2. In fact, it probably needs to be a vector 2. Void. So whenever the pickable moves, This isn't really the right... Is a floor applicable? No, it's not. It's different. Here, let's call it this. Let's say on selection moved. Actually, we only care if it's a palette, don't we? On palette moved. Oh, but we might track it on the floor. Here, let's say on selection moved. Maybe on cursor moved. Cursor moved. Could this actually just switch on a mode where I'm tracking mouse delta? It probably could, couldn't it? Let's try that. Let's not do a signal. I hate signals. Let's try to do it here. So let's say something like if is mid press Oh, you know what? We need to know this palette. We need to know what the palette is. Variable, active, palette. Maybe I say source palette. Kind of stuff that I hate doing, but we're doing it. We're doing it. All right. So we're trying to move the palette around. Let's just start with that. So I need to know the palette. So let's just say a variable. We'll say active palette. Say it's a palette. We need to know the palette. We can say palette, palette. Oh, well, not, obviously not with, we pass in the floor. So here we'll set the palette, say active, palette. Equals palette. And then if a palette releases, we'll figure that out when we get there. So say the active palette on palette pressed, active tile is the tile chords, is mid press is true. So now the easiest thing to do is just to do some dead reckoning. So we will keep track of the mouse motion. So can I get, we'll say variable, we'll say mouse delta equals input dot mouse. There's a way to do this. I mean, I guess I can just figure out the delta myself by just resampling the mouse position, but I don't really want to send the mouse position. I thought there was a way from the input to get the... It looks like we'll probably just be better off just... Okay, here's last... What was that? Last mouse velocity? Don't really want that. Screen velocity? No, I don't want that either. Okay, I don't know why I thought there was going to be something here. I can't even get the global mouse position from here, can I? Okay, we are going to do this from the palette instead of doing it from here. That just makes more sense. One, blah, blah, blah. So we do need to... Let's have an is selected. Variable is selected bool. Let's say is selected equals true. And then, so if we do all of this, here we'll say is selected equals false. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if is selected. Now we're going to track the mouse motion. Mouse movement. Actually, I don't need to track the motion. I just need to get the mouse position and then figure out where it is. Which is actually pretty easy to do now, I think. Variable mouse position equals get global. Why can't I do that? Oh my god, I think everything can just get the mouse position, but apparently almost nothing can get the mouse position. I guess I have this event so I know where it is. You can say if event is event mouse. So if it's not a mouse event, we don't care about any of this. And then here I can say if event is input mouse motion and we are selected. Could not find, oh, input event mouse motion. Okay, now how does this work? Stores information about mouse or pen motion, includes relative position. Oh, this is not what I want. Screen relative. No, I don't want that either. Well, I could probably get a screen relative position into global space. Can I use its parent? So input event mouse. Do you tell me? Okay, so I just know where the global position of the mouse is. Okay, thank God. I did not want to do dead reckoning stuff. But I do want to know if this is an input event mouse motion. Actually, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't care. We'll just say if is selected. We'll say mouse position equals event dot global position. Is that right? It is global position. Okay. in the viewport using the coordinate system of the root viewport. That's not what I want either. Man, this is gonna suck. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. This is kind of hard to do. Maybe we can just apply movement. Oh, we're just gonna move the palette with the mouse motion. And then we will see where the palette ends up. And that should be okay, I guess? I don't know. This is challenging. Is it mouse position relative to the previous position? Okay, I like this. Well, no, I want to keep it exactly where the mouse is. Oh, we'll just take the mouse position and get it and put it into its space, into the palette space. This is okay. We can make this happen. We can say to well, hold on. Let's just see what we even get. Let's just be stupid and let's just set the palette's position to the global position to see where it even goes. We'll just say position equals mouse position. I don't even care at this point. I just want to see what happens. Crash. Error setting property with value. Error setting property position with value of type vector 2. Why? Oh, it needs to be a vector 3. Okay. Vector 3. I forget what number of dimensions we're operating in. It's not clear I'm like a 2D dev. 2D game dev. Okay, well that's busted. Here we go. I think I know what I want to do. I'm gonna say my position equals I might use that mouse motion thing again. Relative, I think we could kind of work. There is a bit of a camera angle thing. What I really want to do here, how to get a viewport position. Could have some kind of plane that we just like cast against. You know, doing it this way was kind of dumb. I think there was a world where I just had like an input plane and then we just got the input into like tile relative space and I just did my own tile calculation. I feel like it's too late to go that direction now. I feel like that would involve rewriting a lot of things. But it might be good for now for what we're doing. I'm gonna try some stuff. How to get from what I want to do is I do want to note the difference and I want to see if I can make that happen. Scale unscaled mouse position relative to the previous position of the coordinate system of the screen. Relative. That's not quite what I want. Oh, you know what we can do? I'm such an idiot. We can figure out where the mouse is relative to the palette and then move the palette to there. And so we're just making these baby steps each frame. I'm so dumb. We just know the event input position. Not even using it. I have it. Not even using it. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, what do I do here? We just basically do this. Now, the real question is... I haven't even formulated the real question, but we'll start with this. Say local position. Start with getting just the local chords. That seems like a good start. And then let's just say something super silly like global position equals global position. Well, we could just say plus equals. Plus equals local chords. Will that work? Will this just be horrible? It might be horrible. Okay, it's a little horrible. That was a little horrible, I admit. That didn't converge the way I thought it would. I think I want to ignore the Y coordinate. On area, error calling from signal just pressed a callable warehouse on pallet just pressed. Method expected 2 arguments called with 1. Oh, do we actually need that? Do we need to know that? Do we need to know who this is? I think we do. On just pressed. Just pressed. We'll send our self and our tile coordinates. I'm going to say this. Plus equal vector 3. We'll say local chords dot x 0 local chords dot z. Let's see if that works. Hey. Hey. I mean, we're moving arbitrarily, but we're moving. Oh, if I lose input, we fall. Okay, that's not good. That's not great. I have to think about what we want to do with that. Although I guess you could argue that this would fail. This kind of a move would fail because you can't actually move this pile onto here. So I think it's actually okay that this fails, maybe. It's not really okay, but it might be okay for now. And then what I want it to do is when I release, I want it to snap. Oh, God. Okay, so except for some of this, we move in. Yeah, we're not doing much else, but let's get a snap going. I think I can work around this. I think I understand how to work around this by having the movement be sent to the warehouse by whatever area is reading it. And then the warehouse can pass that information back down to the pallet, and then we can move over. Yeah, you walked away removing stuff. Yeah, God. I need to get some momentum. It's been a few hours since we've had any momentum, and I'm starting to become nervous. Jacob, you got your witch cauldron lady with legs in space. You keep getting caught on juicing stuff up when you don't even have the whole loop. Yeah, I feel you. I'm in for a long night of getting the mechanics working. I'm really hoping that when we go live tomorrow, it might look like shit, but I'm really hoping to have it up so that you guys can play it and tell me what sucks about it. And not in terms of like the atmosphere and stuff, but like I need people to be testing the balance when I get there. We're going to need to do that. And I'm hoping that's what we can do tomorrow is I can just be improving like the quality of life and stuff, adding sound and like a good UI and everything. I'm hoping we can get there. I'm not as hopeful as I was. Worst case scenario, I try to get some people to test it like Sunday night or afternoon. We'll see. We'll see how we're not really on track. The lesson for me is doing anything mechanically takes about 4 times as long as I expect it to. Just because of using these Godot systems that I am never terribly familiar with and that never quite work the way I expect them to. You get a build up tonight, throw it in the Discord. I will throw a build up in the Discord as soon as it's... Actually, I won't throw it up in the Discord. I'll probably put a link to a web build with like a password or something. But yeah, I will make it super clear if there's something to test. I appreciate that, LSG. Iron Harbor, you don't have the stamina for game jams. You obsess over the smallest stuff. Yeah, that is a hard thing that you have to like kind of deal with. So if we have this, if event is event mouse position, event.is released, and warehouse is mid press. So we need to adjust the position here. So we need to say, so we need to get the tile chords for this. Okay, so you know your tile chords. So what we need to do is we need to set new tile chords. Actually, you know what? It makes sense for all of this stuff to be getting controlled by warehouse, because warehouse is going to be the one that knows whether like a combination works or not. So let's focus on getting uninterrupted movement through other palettes. Let's work on that because that's important. So if is selected. So if we're selected and we're moving, well, even if we're not moving, let's say something like, well, here, let's do this. Let's say if event is input event mouse motion and is selected. At least this way, if we check for the event, even though we don't use this event information, it should help us know. Unless I want it to just happen as soon as we do this. Whatever, who cares? What we're going to do is we're going to say, so we actually need to send... Do we not need to send the tile coordinates? We don't, because we know our tile coordinates. What we need to send is our self. We need to send the event. Does the event include the event position? I don't think it does. So let's send the event and the event position. Event position and the palette. Although I don't know if we need to send that now. Might not need to send that yet. Let's just send the palette first. Actually, no, we do, because we'd want to snap to wherever that is. Although maybe not, because we might just want to, yeah, let's just send the palette. Palette knows all that stuff. So we'll send the self. If event is input event mouse motion and is selected, then the local coords is this. To local. What I actually, all I want to really do is I want to send the event position. We want to say something like signal mouse movement, mouse moved or something. Yeah, let's say mouse movement. We're not going to send the tile coordinates anymore. We're just going to send our self, which is a palette. Let's say palette. Palette. Oh, I guess this is where I could bind it and I could just not have to emit anything. Okay, here's where we can use a bind, right? So I could say palette, palette. Who cares? Now's not the time to look at the quality of life things about sending this stuff around. And then what we want is mouse movement. And we don't actually want to send anything. We just want to send the event. We want to send the mouse position. Well, we don't want to send the mouse. We want to say we want to send the event position. We'll say mouse position. Vector 3. No, we'll say event position. The mouse moved. If we do this, we'll say mouse moved dot emit, and we'll send the event position. And then we need to make sure we hook that up. Dot connect, callable, warehouse on palette mouse move event. We can just say position, can't we? No, we shouldn't. So we'll emit the mouse movement. That way it's passed through, and we can track another palette that moves through a palette. And then it'll be up to the warehouse to handle this. So we'll say func on. We're definitely on overtime for this this stream, but I'm hoping we can get movement in the next 30 minutes or so. I don't know if we can, but I really want to, but I also really want dinner. All right, palette. I don't care about this stuff anymore. Don't care about this either. We do need to know the tile. So the active tile is palette.tile chords. Might just call this palette chords. Call it mid press. We don't care about this. Say palette chords. So we can say if is mid press. So what we'll do is we'll say, I don't think we actually need to know the palette chords. We'll say if we're mid pressed, we'll say we need to get this event position. Event position vector 3. Hey, Bone Circuit. Command Shift D if spending long times in the internal editor. I don't know what that does. I'm also not on a Mac. So what we want to do is we will say variable local position equals active palette dot to local. I forgot how I did this just now. Event position. Vector. Vector 3 equals this. Oh, I don't want to know. I don't need. I don't need to convert to local. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I can say active palette dot position equals event position. We'll do snapping in a second. I don't really care about snapping. If is mid press active palette dot position equals event position. Why are you upset with me? Unexpected indent. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Expands the window. Yeah, that can be nice. I'm so used to this. I don't like going back and forth. I appreciate that, though. Normally, during the day, I am in JetBrains Writer, and we're having a much better time. But that's a good tip. Thank you for that. Control-Shift-D. Yeah, I feel like I've done that. I don't really use that much, but... because I write the code to be the length of this window. Will this work? I don't know. Let's try it. It's probably going to crash. Oh, I need to remove a certain component of this. Shouldn't have deleted the other way I was doing this until I wrote the new way. That was foolish. I think it's a vector 3, and I think it's event position dot x 0 and event position dot z. All right. Oh, well, we don't get the pass-through still for some reason. I don't understand that totally. Well, let's get that. I would like that. We'll make it more sophisticated later. How are you doing? Happy Saturday, Bone Circuit. We're trying to wrap up the stream here, but I'm trying to get pallets moved around so I can actually do stuff with them. I would say we're behind by at least a few hours, but that's not too bad. There's time. There's time to catch up. Probably cut some stuff down the line. Probably just cut sleep more than anything. So why doesn't this quite do what I expect? Like, why does it stop working when I'm in another area 3D? So if event is event amount, warehouse.isMidPress, event.is is selected equals true. Oh, we shouldn't be. This is not what I want to do. What we're gonna do is actually we're gonna say if active palette and is mid press. Okay, so well, I kind of lose the palette eventually, which is a problem for some reason. It's not staying very centered. What we probably want to do is snap it to a tile so we don't lose it. I might need to make all of these colliders the same size. I mean, eventually what we should do is it shouldn't like let you move it to anything less than a occupiable tile. Kind of weird why there's this delay here. close to what we want, but not exactly what we want. Oh, I kind of see what's happening. It's because these boxes are 3D. Yeah, all right. We need to clamp it to like an actual Sunday morning down under. All right, well, happy Sunday. What I want to do is I want to figure out the tile position. So we can say variable. This isn't going to quite work the way that I want it to, I don't think, but I think it's about the closest we're going to have. Oh, you know what? You know what I could say? I could get the position of the palette, offset the local XZ position of the event, and that would give us the relative position on the floor plane. That would be better than nothing. Let's see if that's a little smoother. I still want to clamp it, but I would like it to be like more predictable. So I don't want to just emit the raw event position. What I want to do is I want to say variable. I want to say local coords. Well, I don't want to say local coords. I want to say local, well, I could say local coords. I could say local. I guess this is kind of how I'm going to tell that we've moved the palette to a new bitwise operator array is one way to solve problems like this. I don't doubt you, but I think the problem is a little more complicated than just adding a bitwise operator array. Like, I love bitwise operators. I use them a lot when I'm setting flags. We're doing a lot of stuff with physics. And by physics, I mean 3D space. I don't doubt you, but I doubt you. I don't doubt that the answer is true. What I doubt is that I'd be able to apply that knowledge to my current situation in the time constraints that I have without falling further behind. But I don't doubt the knowledge. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt you. I doubt me. That's what I'm saying when I say stuff like that. I doubt me and my ability to capitalize on that truth. All right, so what I want to do, I had this idea. So we know the event position. We want to find the XY offset from the palette's center. I guess I don't actually want to find that. Well, I do want to find out where we are on the floor. So I do want that. I do want that information. So I want to snap it. Yeah, I am on a time constraint. The correct answer is never the correct answer during a game jam. The correct approach will usually cost extra additional time. Assuming you can maintain momentum. If you lose momentum, then it's no longer true, and I've lost a lot of momentum, but it's okay. We're still doing the thing. We're still doing the thing. It's okay. It's just going to be a long night. So stay focused, Dave. Stay focused. We want the local offset. So say let's just actually do the thing I'm talking about. The variable, the local offset, is going to be a vector 2. Well, first let's start with variable. Let's start with the local position. So we'll say, we want to say this is a vector 3. It's going to be event position. It's going to be 2 local. Event position. Okay. So then the local offset is that local position dot x and the local position dot z. And let's just make it a vector 3. We'll just say 0. So this is the offset, hopefully on the floor plane. Oh, that's why we were seeing the weird movement, because we're moving up the side of the collider cube, and then we're moving across the top of the collider cube, and then we're moving down the other... Well, we're not moving down the other side, but we're going up and then across. And I think that'll be that won't matter once we start snapping to a grid. But I would love to just get the position a little better. So the local offset is local position dot x. Local offset vector 3. Why are you unhappy with me here? Oh, I gotta say equal. Duh. Don't really care about the warning. And then so what we're gonna do is we're going to emit our position well, we want to add the local offset. Add the local offset. This will be kind of worse. Then let's do this, and then let's set your position to be... We'll call this the offset. We'll eventually probably just send a straight up tile grid. But for right now, let's just send the offset. Let's see if this is worse or better. Problem is I lose this thing. I lose this thing. Because I jump in front here. I think this is okay because we're gonna, if you try to add something like this, it should just stop here. So let's get snapping because this is not going to be better until we start snapping. So now we need to snap it. We just snap it to a nearby position. So when we instantiate, we take the tile positions and we do this math. So what we would do here is we would do the opposite. The only real question is, do we want to do that here or here? Hey, Greg, how's the game jam going? We're a bit behind. We're definitely a few hours behind, but we're all right. We'll probably wrap up the stream soon. I'll probably take a dinner break and then settle back in for another, 6 or 7 hours of game dev tonight. Just try to sleep for a few hours and do it all again tomorrow. Gotta pace yourself for these things. But But yeah, we're doing okay. We're trying to get the palettes moving around so we can start combining them and doing stuff and actually get the gameplay loop. So that we actually have a day tomorrow to do other things like getting the game presentable. And making it fun. Let's try to make the game fun. That would be nice. It's a big ask, but it would be nice. Event position, we get into the local position space, projecting on the floor. And then what we want it to do. I'm gonna need a... You know, we don't actually care about this. We don't actually care about this movement thing very much. What we want to do is when we emit this, I think we want to emit the position and we want to emit which palette this is. And that way, if it's a different palette, then we can do something because we know, hey, we're over a different palette now. Making the game fun would be a good feature. It is, but it's a lot to ask for in a jam. But I would like to get there. I think there's a fun game here. Not much of a game, but I think there's a fun game here. I'm trying to do more than what I've done before, and that's always a struggle. Mouse movement dot emit position plus local offset self. So we're gonna do this. We should probably get the grid position from this variable. Snap to grid. It's going to be another vector. Well, this can actually be a vector 4i, huh? And so how are we going to do this? I want to do this. So what we could do is we could say grid. We could say tile coordinate x is an int, and it is local position dot x. No, it's we want to say like adjusted position. So vector 3. And it equals the offset of this. Actually, we could call this the global offset. We could even say global position plus local offset. Actually, I guess I could just get that to a global position, huh? Who cares? Could we just say local offset dot to global? We could, couldn't we? Why am I doing all of this? Oh, because I'm flooring it. Oh, so I don't even need to do this whole local whatever, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you know what we could do to make this a little more accurate, though? We might not care about accuracy, actually. Let's just forget about all of this bullshit. Let's just make, let's just say tile coordinate x is event position dot x divided by 4. Tile coordinate y is event position dot y divided by 4. I don't quite know this. I think this will work. Is this the remainder after? Whatever. Let's get this approximate and then I'll figure out the specifics. I've reached the point of the day where doing something easy has become hard. And that is not a good place to be. Probably close to a break time. On palette mouse movement, if active palette. Actually, what we want, so we're gonna say tile coords 4i, and we're going to say palette. We're gonna say if palette is equal to active palette and we are mid press, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, actually we don't care if palette is active palette yet. We will, but we don't currently care about that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna say active palette equals oh, you know, this is way easier than I'm thinking about it. I'm a moron. I don't need to do any calculation at all. Yeah, the best thing. What time is it here? It's not late. It's 7. But we've been live since noon. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast. So it's dinner time. So I don't need to, there doesn't need to be any math. None of this coordinate bullshit. I don't think so. Well, okay, there needs to be... No, there doesn't. There doesn't. There doesn't at all. God damn it. Okay. So... we're going to get rid of this palette part. We're just going to say on mouse movement. Well, actually, we do want to know if it's a palette or a floor. So we'll say... But we also then need the floor to have the same thing. You say func on floor mouse movement. We don't even really need to send any information here. This is stupid. So forget about the coordinates. Just send the palette. Say if active palette and is mid press, we're going to say active palette position palette. Okay, we're going to say here, we'll say this. We'll say this is where we grab this part. I'm so dumb. I can just refer to the palette's tile coordinates. Or the floor, or whatever. And then the floor will do something similar. Forget all of this. Just emit. Could be an elif, but whatever. Who cares? What's wrong with this warehouse call? Oh, because the warehouse has an error. Fair. Okay, so we're just going to put that same thing here. Man, these are very similar. These are very similar classes. But they're just different enough that I'm not going to do anything about this. Mouse movement dot emit. You just need that signal, mouse movement, tile coordinates, vector 4i. And we just say the connect. To not fail. Do the same thing here. Overchords. Hell is an overchords? Oh. Variable. Tile chords. Vector 4i equal to palette dot tile chords. This should give us snapped grid movement, if nothing else. I'm really hoping. Okay, almost. Oh no. Okay, so it works for palettes. It does not work for floors for some reason. So we can easily snap and combine. Oh, that's not good. Can I go over the edge somehow? Oh, we're also accumulating a ton of errors. Signal mouse moment to callable on floor. Cannot convert from argument 1 from object to vector 4i. What? Floor. Oh, emit tile chords. Well, that's why that didn't work. Hopefully. Whoa. Okay, well, except for that, it's great. Why is it freaking out and always trying to return to its old position? Oh, I think I kind of see what's happening. Here. We can say if palette is not equal to active palette, is mid press and palette is not equal to active palette. So I think the palette is trying to snap itself back into its position. Hey, we've got snapped palette movement. We need some way of dealing with whatever's happening here, which I bet this is just misconfigured. I bet this one's tile is wrong. I bet it's 4-0 or 3-0 instead of 0-3. So then we just need logic of before it approves the move, the warehouse needs to be like, are these the same materials? Can you actually combine with them? What would be the result of the combination? Would it actually be able to consume the whole palette, or would be a reduced amount there? But okay, we've got movement. We got movement. We got snapped grid movement that was way easier than I thought it should be. I spent hours. agonizing over precise, like, positional movement when I could have just fucking tile snapped it the whole time. Where's this fucking gold box? Gold bar is large. Yeah, it thinks it's 3-0 instead of 0-3. Well, good. That scared me for a second, like we were getting some crazy-ass rap. Okay, going off the edge of the screen doesn't seem to cause much, except that it kind of messes you up. That's fine. I can work with that. All right, we've got snap movement. It's going to try to combine them. If it's unable to make the move, it should just not do anything. I think there's going to be some annoying quality of life stuff. Like having to move tiles back because of the way the system kind of works. I might need to reduce the colliders. I might need to shorten the colliders to get good behavior, but that's okay. So that you can actually like access the tile behind it. That's fine. That's like a thing to do late at night. But we're moving pallets around. We just need a logic system so that the system can be like, are you able to move this pallet? Can this pallet like merge with that pallet? Will that work? Okay, we got something going though. Now it's on me to catch up over the evening. Just in time, ads start in about 7 minutes here. Whew. Okay, this was a rough day. It was a rough day. But the pallets are working, so that's good. Alright, who's streaming? Solid progress. I would say shaky progress, but I appreciate it. Iron Harbor. Is anyone else jamming? I don't see a lot of jammers. Let me go to the jam page. Appreciate you, Jacob. You got this as well. You probably have this more than I do. Right, let's see if there's anyone jamming. It's just me. Okay. Okay. As far as someone jamming and streaming. Let's see who else is going. Who else is going on in our team here? Hypnotic's going. There's either right. Okay. Well, it looks like Hypnotic is raiding out. Big Boy's playing Half-Life. You're playing Deadlock. Oh my god. Is anyone doing game dev? I mean, I know it's Saturday. I might just need to end. I need to go have dinner. I'm dying. Just end it. I appreciate you all for hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully this is unrecognizable tomorrow. Actually, it'll probably look exactly the same in terms of a bare-ass warehouse. But hopefully all of the mechanical stuff is happening tomorrow when you see me. Thanks for the show. Appreciate it, Bone Circuit. Hey, thanks for the follow, Iron Harbor. I appreciate you. Yeah, I need to go have dinner. I'm getting hangry. If it wasn't obvious for the last like hour or two, as I'm just like unable to think straight. Thanks, LSG. You got this. I appreciate you all for hanging out today. Thank you all so much for watching. Good luck. And hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye.